Welcome, 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 everybody. Hey, Evictus. Hey, Nancy. I think that's a fair statement. Brains broken after taking care of Victus seems to be a completely reasonable response. All right, welcome, everybody. We are going to take a look at the Legacy Farm map and many other content additions by the same author. She has the main map, but also a greenhouse, a cellar. Oh man, what else is in the list? A bundles one, a cave. They're all in the description. I can't remember them off the top of my head. Let's see, what do we got? We've got the cave, the greenhouse, Coops and Barns, cellar, community center bundles. And then we might even go ahead and take a look at a deserted island one that they've created. So all of those are potentially on tap tonight. I want to thank Ace Roller, made the suggestion up on the Discord. So yeah, I'm kind of the same way, Victus. I don't get sick all that often, but it hits hard when it does, for sure. All right, so let's see. What should we name ourselves for this one? We'll call ourselves Farm Explorer. It'll fit if we take the space out, I think. There we go. We'll call this the Legacy Mod Farm. There we go. All right. We may or may not get a pet for this one. Let's see. One that we haven't done a lot of. I don't think we've done this one very much. Okay, I'm gonna leave our guys default, I think. You know what? Let's give ourselves. I feel like we need a ponytail. Should be. There's one or two really long ponytails in there. There's some long hair. That one's not bad. Could just go super long hair. That's a crazy amount of hair there. Or we could go back to our mohawk. I miss the mohawk from from our Joja playthrough. Ooh, that's a pretty. I don't know. That's pretty rock star there. We might have to do that one. What do you guys think? Ponytail mohawk or long rock star hair? We'll leave it at that for right now. Shirt, pants, we'll keep that the same. 22 beard is pretty good. Yeah, 22. We're gonna go with 22. There we go. I saw it. I was up on that mod page today looking at it. I haven't installed it yet, Nancy, but it looks pretty cool. Yeah, this would be a good guy to rock out with for a chicken rave for sure. Okay, we're gonna skip the intro. I'm gonna give our guy. He's an older rock star, so. I'll get just a little bit of graying going on here. A man after my heart. There we go. All right, so the two mods that we might look at today replace the standard farm and the beach farm. So if you want to run them, you will select either the standard or the beach. We'll do the beach later. This first version I have installed with only the mod. Now I've put on other mods just to make our life easier. We'll take a look at that in a second. But one of the things, first, just kind of a shout out to this author. She has done an amazing job of making the the mods to be very, very customizable to what you want. So let's go ahead and open up. Man, there's so many ads on the Nexus stuff. I apologize. I should probably subscribe and not get the ads, but all right, so this is the author's page here. One of the things, so here's her optional mods: farm cave, greenhouse, all these things like this. Also, this is a list of her other mods as well, which are all kind of listed there. One of the things that I was really impressed with is if you go to download this, it takes you to this page instead, and you've got the legacy farm, right? Original version with Ridgeside and East Scarp warps. It's got a version for Ringside only. It's got a version for Ringside with Stardew Valley expanded. It's got a vanilla. This is the one I downloaded. I stayed with vanilla. It's got a vanilla with Stardew Valley expanded. It's got an original version, no pet house. The version exclude the pet house. Let me know. I don't know. I could have pulled that one. Vanilla version with no truck. So she's done a really good job of really trying to give you options, which I do actually appreciate as a mod author. So that's pretty cool. Okay, first let's check. Well, I'll let you guys know what mods I'm running. I do have my toolbars. I put automate on because I might want the grid. We won't be doing a lot of automating. Jukebox for raving. Chest. We've got cheats menus on. These tile sheets are needed for the mod. Data layer, so we can look at that. Farm type manager is needed for the mod. I can't imagine there's a whole lot of things to do with these. Yep. And let's see. Generic mod config menu is this thing we're looking at right now. Informant, another tile sheet mod that lets you turn on different tile sheets, evidently. I put the motorcycle, the tractor, UI info suite on just to make our lives easier. Okay, so that's what we're running. Notice that there's not a entry for the mod itself because it's a map. So kind of keep that in mind. Dread, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. All right, so obviously, again, we've got the speed on. So let's configure our cheats just to make life easier. We're going to give ourselves that. Doesn't matter, probably doesn't matter. We'll deal with that stuff later. We might do some stuff with skills. We will see. Okay, I think that'll get us started. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and give ourselves high quality tools. So we'll get that, the pickaxe, the axe, the hoe, the water can, the pan. I don't think we'll need the fishing pole, but we might. I can't imagine we're going to do a lot of stuff at dark, but you never quite know. Let's give ourselves some big stone chests just to kind of be able to drop our crap. All right, we're going to get rid of all the normal tools. We'll ring up. And then we'll put these in the order that I have become accustomed to. There's no right or wrong, but it is what I'm used to. Okay, so first off, we'll notice that the house isn't really any different than the houses we're used to. Was that message different? Hold on. Nope, that's the same message. Okay. Felt different for some reason. All right, are you guys ready? Let's go take a look. So again, notice it's using the standard farm. So this map won't be accurate to what we're looking at out here. So again, we have our house. we saw that in the mods there were some that had the different missing doghouse or things like that. We've got our pet bowl. We've got a sign. Okay, so this is a sign that is much like the... It's similar to the one on in the casino. Is that the same one? Probably the same data, I would guess. We've got a tree here. We've got the space. We've got a cave, greenhouse. I like the truck. I wish you could get in the truck. That would be cool. Okay, so one of the first features, and there is an additional mod that if you want to make this so you can't use it right away, that is a possibility. Okay, so it looks like first thing here we have a plantable area, it looks like. Let's go ahead and turn the hoe on. Yeah, so it looks like you could just plant here. Fill our watering can probably. Yep. Yep, fills the watering can. Let's see, can we plant trees here? Let's go with... Is peach a spring tree? No, peach is summer. Apple is summer. Orange is summer. Pomegranate, I think, is fall, maybe? Yeah, that one's fall. Apricot. Is apricot? Apricot's a spring tree. Okay, let's... Can't be planted here. What about here? 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 Nope. Okay, what about here? Okay, so it doesn't look like you can plant trees. Yep, okay, no trees. Interesting. Actually, is there another level or anything? I didn't see any stairs. Okay, so let's take a look at these. So what these are is we've got a warp to the desert, we've got a warp to the mountain, we've got a warp to Ginger Island, and we've got a warp to the beach. Now, downloading the different mods changes these, right? So this goes to the sewer, and this goes to the secret woods. These will swap out depending on which version that you grab, right? So if we go to the sewer here, it just takes us to the sewer. Now, game breaking a little bit. If you haven't unlocked access to these areas, you can get to them early, right? So like if we pop into here, we are now on the Ginger Island, but we haven't unlocked Ginger Island, right? So kind of keep that in mind. Play the way you want to play, which is fine. Okay, so first feature, kind of this warp area. So this map, let's try. Oh, is it this key? All right, I'm going to pull a different mod, which might give us a better map. So let's do that real quick here. All right, exit to the desktop and see if I can remember which one it is. I think it's just the easy move. Let's load this back up. Well, that's a big statement, Dread. So, happy, sad, sorry about the sick kiddo. That's rough. Congratulations on your third, if I remember right, correct? That is awesome. What's we gotta come up always with a musical lyric. I believe the children are our future. There we go. There's the lyric we'll go with. Congratulations. And we're going to assume when you say mom, you didn't just buy another chicken, because that would be cheating. But congratulations. Okay, I'm going to see if this pulls up the interface that I'm looking for. Let's see. It might be in the easy move numpad 6. Oh, no, that just adds the thing. I might need the easy. Okay, we'll make one more quick change here. We'll grab, I think it's Easy Valley. Then. That's amazing. Congratulations, congratulations. Mine are older. I can't imagine a new one at this point in my life stage. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for sharing, though. I know that depending on how far along that first sharing of information is a little nerve-wracking into itself. I can't remember what comedian does it, but his quote was going from 2 kids to 3 kids. So that's a big challenge. Okay, this is the mod I was looking for. All right, let's get ourselves reset here. So now, there we go. Okay. So this is an overview of the farm. Now, what I'm seeing here is we've got Grandpa's Shrine up here. There was the tree we were just at. We got the pet bowl. We've got the area there. It looks like we have the cave, the greenhouse. I believe this, I was playing around with it a little bit. This just goes to the bus stop like it normally would. These two go to another area. So there's a second area there. These two go to a third area. So there's another area there. We've got a whole area down here. Looks like we have some kind of a ore quarry area down here. And I'm going to assume this probably goes down to Cinder Sap. So, oh, and then I did check on some stuff. There's some hidden stuff behind this waterfall as well. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's very, very cool. Okay, let me go ahead and pop this back open. All right, so let's do some exploring. The first thing we're going to do is actually refix the things that I didn't save. So let's go ahead and get our scythe, our pickaxe, our axe, our hoe, water can, pan. Oh, we need more inventory space. There we go. Look at that. That should be all we need there. We'll go ahead and get our apricot trees again just for testing. We'll get a stack of chests for testing. All right, let's ditch our old tools. Ditch that stuff. All right, scythe, pickaxe, axe, hoe, water can. Now, for my purposes, I have written a little macro that I'm going to use with the tractor. So if you look down here at the bar, you're going to see that my tools are going to cycle. And this just makes it easier to clear stuff out of the way. So let's go ahead and check a couple of tractor settings. I think we are going to... how much of this do I want to change? Because it'll affect my others. I think we'll leave it as is. I think it will work. All right. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the pathing here. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up the macro. We've got 1 hit kill, 1 hit break on. And I think we'll clear our paths. Just on the main farm. Then what we're going to do is we'll clear everything and we'll see what's tillable, what's grass, what's not grass, and just kind of see what the layout looks like. Okay, so I can already see this is a big farm. This is a lot of space that we're clearing out here. Okay, so I'm gonna assume this will take us up to, okay, so here we go. This takes us up to the backwoods area, as would be expected. So we've already leveled foraging, and we haven't even done anything but clear our pathing. Alright, we got Grandpa's shrine. Okay, it looks like we've got the northern section cleared. Something, I watched a video from the mod author. Something that she did point out is the placement of the house basically aligns with cinder sap. So you get a nice north-south path, you know, directly to your house. Now this is, again, that's a pretty long run right there. So I'm gonna say this probably ranks up there with the beach farm in size. It's pretty big. Alright, we'll come back to that. Let's continue to clear out our path. We'll come back to that. So very grid-like. I can feel my logical brain is liking that. Okay, so I don't think this is updated. No, this won't update. So I think we've cleared all these paths. We've gone up to the backwoods. We've gone down to cinder sap. We didn't technically go to the bus stop, which I believe is going to be over here. Yep, there's the bus stop. So it links up like it does any other farm. We'll look at the greenhouse. The cave right now should be the standard cave. No difference there. The greenhouse should be the standard greenhouse. After we do the vanilla version, we'll go ahead and we will look at some other things. All right, we've got a minecart here. Okay, so this takes us down to what appears to be... Yeah, we're down in the quarry. So we can link up from here to here, which is nice. On a big farm, that's actually nice to be able to go through. So it looks like a standard quarry. I don't see any hidden areas. But probably could plant down here as well. Let's go ahead and we'll clean it out here real quick. Probably don't need to cycle. Oh, we found a geode. Well, isn't that awesome? All right, let's go ahead and take this out. And we'll take these out. Okay, so definitely tillable. So there you go. Okay, we can till the grass out of this area. Now what'll be interesting is let's till out this half. But we're gonna leave we're going to leave that section there. And then we'll sleep and see if we can get more rocks to spawn. And we'll see if they spawn in the newly tilled area or just in the original tilled area. So that'll be something. All right. So I do know that there is a spot back here. Behind the waterfall. Let's see if we can get through both sides. Yep, okay. So once you clean that out, you can get to both sides. Now let's go ahead and just gonna clean stuff out of our inventory. Okay, so back here there's a hidden waterfall, which has kind of this little oasis built into it. Not tillable, not mineable, not cleanable. All right. But, and again, I've done a little bit of research on this. If you walk behind this little tree here, you'll notice we change into our sexy swimsuit, right? So there's a transition probably right at the edge there, probably on that tile, right? I would guess this tile right here, if I had to guess. It's hard to see when we're making that transition, but yeah, we're still in our overalls there. So I'm gonna say it's that tile right there. But then what this allows us to do is we can pop down here and treat this like a spa, right? So we have our own little private swimming hole. Oh, cool. You can go in both sides. Looks like you can only get out either side, which would make sense. That's kind of cool. So you can go in and out both sides, and they transition you into swimsuit mode. That's kind of awesome. Are you guys buffering? I'm not buffering. Nice. Yeah, get that in. Yeah, I didn't get any warnings, so I don't know what was going on there. Okay, so second feature. So feature number 1 is our little warp area over here. In addition, some farmable spots up here, it looks like, right? Like, let's grab ourselves, I don't know, parsnips seems reasonable. That's something you grow in the spring, right? So if we turn our tractor on. Now the question is, can we grow out of season crops up here? Is it like a greenhouse? Let's get some pumpkin seeds. I do like the 5x5 grids. I built that into my farm, so. Okay, so it appears to act like a greenhouse. So you essentially, it's looking like have access to an early greenhouse here, potentially. The 5x5 is also nice in that if you have, once you get iridium sprinklers, they should, yeah, they line right up with these little 5x5 grids, which is kind of nice as well if you're running non-tractored. So, okay, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's go ahead and throw a sprinkler in here, and we'll see if those mature as we do things. Same thing with this one. Oops. And then the other test that we'll do up here, let's get ourselves a bee house. Okay, probably not going to use this one a lot. Probably not going to use that one a lot. All right, can I put these in here? Okay, we can. Let's go ahead and put one here. And we will sprinkler this up. This is a horrible, horrible setup, but there we go. All right, so we have a fairy rose flowered there. We've got a beehive here. It says 4 days. We'll see if those trigger or not. That one... Yeah, that shouldn't be in range of the fairy. Okay, we'll keep that running as a little experiment. Can we put anything in down here? All right, I'm going to assume that we can't plow this out. That would be weird. Yeah, tools are doing nothing. All right, we'll run a beehive there as well. Okay, I do like the kind of the art. It makes it look like you're in a tree, right? There's the ground and the tree. Appears to be the same on both levels. So that's kind of our 2 features we found so far. Again, this is the same. Cave right now is the same. Okay, let's go ahead and advance ourselves here a little bit. We're going to give ourselves... Actually, let's naturally unlock the community center. And then we'll force some things like that. So let's look around a little bit more. All right. Ooh, I've evidently got something still installed here. Alright, Grandpa's Shrine doesn't appear to be saved or any different. So, let's go to our new area. So here we go. We've got a western area here. Appears to be mostly grass and trees. I see, it looks like some forageables down here. And this should be a southern entrance, so we came in up here. We pop in down here, so they're just kind of linked up. I see mushrooms. I see bushes, so I believe that should be an orange, right? Yep. I believe salmonberry and blackberry seasons work here. So we got pine, maple, oak, pine, maple, oak, pine. Okay, lots of trees. So let's go ahead and let's see what's going on in this area. So lots of grass, looks like. Pretty good spacing overall. I see stumps. So we're gonna we'll clear this out. And let's see how much of this is replenishable. Let's crank that up. So I could see, obviously, a wood farm out here, right, with the trees and stuff. All right, let's go ahead and kill the trees. Chop stumps. Chop trees. Yeah, let's take them all out. So we're going to clear this whole thing out here. Take the stumps out. Now, interesting enough, I see little spots where the stumps were. So phase 1 of testing here, we're going to We're just going to clear the trees, all the debris, and we're just going to leave this. And then we'll come back in later and we'll see if we can till all this out and turn it into cropland. So, okay, I think we have cleared this area. I like the little heart. Now, I did watch a video. There's no fish. There's no fish in here, but it will give you trash. Hey, Ace! There is the person who made the suggestion to check out this mod. So we'll throw a blue chicken. Everybody thank Ace for his recommendation. We do appreciate it. So anyway, I'm pretty sure this will only give us trash, from what I understand. Probably should raise our fishing level. Oh no, that's a fish. So maybe I either am remembering a different pond. Okay, cool, we caught a fish. Let's get the tractor. Okay, so we're gonna leave that as is for right now. Let's head down to this area. Let's fire up our macro again. Again, we'll clear the path. We'll leave the rest for right now. Alright, so this doesn't seem to go anywhere, which is fine. Doesn't look like you're meant to go behind that waterfall. I'll give the author credit for blocking it, right? It's like, this is just a waterfall. So we seem to have like a river. Got a waterfall that we can go behind. A river that flows down to a waterfall into a... Who knows where that water goes, I guess. But that is definitely flowing there as well. Okay, so this area, again, we will clear it of its trees and debris here in a second. But I don't know if we'll be able to till it out. So let's go ahead and we'll take out... Alright, we're going to make another change here. We'll change it down here, just to make our life a little easier. Again, I'm seeing, I don't know if they're just random grass clumps. But we'll see if any of this regrows or not. That's what we're going to check. Because if stuff regrows, that's one thing. If not, this would be a great place for a... If you just did want to build a what you call it, a wood farm down there, that would make a lot of sense. Okay. So we've checked out the quarry. We've got this nice big area here. And again, we've got all of these sections here, which we will eventually clear and see, but we still have an area to go check. So let's go ahead and head over there. Let's change our tractor mod. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing here. We'll go ahead and clear our pathing out. Okay, this is definitely a smaller area. You can feel the width. Fencing, opening up into, I'm going to assume some farmable spots there. Don't know. Alright, we can definitely chop through that. Okay, so it's tillable. Definitely tillable. What about this fencing? Okay, so the fencing's permanent. You can't take the fencing out. Alright, what's up here? I feel like we're being blocked from going north. Yeah, notice we can't take that tree out. We can't take any of that out. Okay, so you're not supposed to go past that level. Alright, what do we have here? We have a building. Okay, I see a basement. Again, I'm going to make the assumption this is all tillable. It is a spring tree, right? Yeah, spring tree. Okay, we can put trees in here. Will it grow in the corner? Logic would say that's not a valid spot. That should be a valid spot. Now they can't overlap their spots either. Maybe something like that would have to be space, space. Or maybe corners. And if we put one here, no, they would share a corner. Okay, same thing. Let's go ahead and plant pumpkins and parsnips. And for testing purposes, we'll... this is where your speed mods don't help you. There we go. We'll water those. Now I could in the cheat menu just turn on. I think there's an auto water somewhere in here. Auto water crops, yeah. Let's turn on instant build. Okay, that's fine. Okay. And we've got another door here. Okay, so this just must be like a second floor. So what can we put in here? Potentially a beehive. Can we put in a... Let's just clear this stuff out. We could just delete it all, I guess, but... Alright, let's put in a garden pot. Let's get our fairy seed. We'll insta-grow that. Okay. We'll come back and test those later. Put in a couple more down here. And same thing, let's put in a garden pot and a fairy rose. We'll grow that. Okay. So kind of almost like a greenhouse. I don't know. The basement, strangely, the basement is kind of like a greenhouse. So you can plant in the basement. Oh, here's another thing we should test. Let's get casks. I'm running out of spots. There we go. And ancient fruit. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Let's move this stuff. All of our testable stuff we'll put on the second row. There we go. All right. Oh, we need wine. We need wine, not fruit. Okay, that's running. Just go over there. Yeah, they all seem to work. So you could put casks out here. So I'm not 100% sure what this building is supposed to be. 3 floors. Kind of looks like a greenhouse from this view anyway. Okay, so we've got kind of an open area here. So let's go ahead and, like we did in the others, we're going to just clear this out. I do give them credit for making the gap here too, so your horse and whatever can fit through there. Okay, if we till this back out, interesting enough, it turns back into grass. So let's do this. We'll till the left side, and we'll leave the right side grass and see what happens. And then let's put... Oh. Okay, you can till the paths, it looks like, as well. Interesting. Okay, so we'll just till ourselves a path up through there. Let's fix this. And then we'll till out. We'll just till ourselves a strip right here. And see what that does. Alright, that'll work. Alright, let's see if reloading this fixed our map. It doesn't, but it did save something at one point because we did that. So I'm not sure how often that saves. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we did the till experiment there. Let's do the same thing down here. Alright, we'll just till out a group there, see what that happens. And let's head over to the western side. And let's just till right up through this side. So remember, this is where some of our hardwood stumps were. Alright, there we go. Okay, that is our initial run through. I think we got to everything. So we've got Grandpa's Shrine. We have the hidden little oasis that replenishes our energy. We've got our dog cat stuff here. We've got the teleportation tree there. You've got your significant other roommate stuff there. A truck that we can't do anything with. Our greenhouse, which we'll work on in a bit. Coming down, we've got a quarry. We've got just an area. We've got water to fish in. I don't know if you can fish in those ponds or not. Yeah, if you like grid-like farming, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, last experiment we're going to do, and then we're going to do some saving and take a quick break here, is let's go ahead and not do that. There we go. Let's, yeah, we'll use these 2 plots as our test. So let's go ahead and clear out. We've leveled another foraging, I think. Alright, so for this one, oops, sorry, my macro got out of whack. There we go. Okay, so outside it's not letting us plant pumpkins. It is letting us plant parsnips, as it should. Let's look at the grid here. We take out, let's see. 1, 2. That one, and should be that one. Yep, so definitely, maybe not. Oh, no, this is on me. Okay. Hold on. The way I tilled it, we'll do another experiment with that later. Okay, this side we're going to clear everything out, but we're just going to leave it as grass. Alright, we'll just leave that as grass. And we'll do the top side of this one. I have an experiment I want to run over here. Actually, with the top and left. Okay, so where is our grid? There's this transition tile right there that I'm not sure. Oh, also let's check our accessible buildable. Is it smart enough to know? Yeah, okay. It's got a pretty good view of that. Okay, let's get off the tractor. I'm thinking... Let's turn that off. That corner. That corner. That corner seemed logical. All right, let's see if the layout makes sense. Okay, not quite an exact At least the way I tilled it. Yeah, we're one off from it being gridded out to fit the iridium sprinkler. Now, is it gridded out to fit the quality sprinkler? Not quite either, but okay. That was just an experiment. Now, I have a feeling we can till this entire farm. So it means you could build whatever you want. So just by default, it's already got the roads and stuff. Obviously, they line up with the bridges and things along those lines. Okay. Let's go ahead and sleep and save here. Level 1 foraging, level 1 mining, level 2 mining, level 2 foraging, level 3 foraging, level 4 foraging, level 5 foraging. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break, and we will continue with some more experiments on this farm. I'll be right back. Oh, Ace, sorry. Yeah, right now we're just doing the farm. But I do have the cellar, the greenhouse, the cave, all of her additional mods queued up. So once we just take a look at everything on the farm itself, then we're going to go through those as well. I also have the deserted island and the deserted island challenge maps as well. We'll take a look at those time depending. But yeah, I wanted to go purely vanilla for the first. We'll see what the farm has to offer, and then we'll look at some of those because they really expand the space on things. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. Catching up on a couple questions I missed. Yeah, Dread, you probably have seen this by now, but the little Junimo spots are warps. Oh, we must have got some more. So yeah, so this is like a warp room in here. Okay, that still says 4 days, so that might not be working. That one still says 4 days as well. So those probably are not working, but actually let's check. 3 days and 12. So those are both working. So it does work like a greenhouse. But the greenhouse would be with this. Now, I believe there is a mod that you can get to make your beehives work inside of buildings, so you could fix that if you wanted to. All right. Let us go ahead and take a look around. First thing I want to do is come out here. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is respawnable stumps. I don't know that the trees are respawnable, although we're getting a lot of trees for just one night. I see here that the stumps respawn if the grass is available. So basically, I think these little... Let's do this as an experiment. If we just till out that little spot, right? So if you leave these little markers, maybe? How big is a stump? A stump is a 2x2. It looks like the upper left-hand corner. So let's do this as well. Let's till out that spot on that one. We'll till out these 3 spots on that one. And not only that, let's just cause all kinds of havoc. We'll plant stuff in those spots. Okay, so we'll see what happens on the stumps there. But our stumps came back here, but not in our strip that was tilled up. But I am seeing trees, forageables, because we completely cleared this out, right? I need to quit collecting forageables. There we go. Okay, let's just let that go wild for a while. Alright, nothing... I don't see anything that has regrown here. Interesting enough, we got ore over here. That is new. Alright. Let's pop over here. We've got something growing there. Okay, I don't see any ore in what would be this area that we tilled out. So these green patches might not respawn ore. But just to keep this experiment going, we'll keep this tilled out. Now I'm seeing... Okay, yeah, so this is... It looks like the ore only spawned in spots that maybe came back. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell on that. Alright, let's go over to this area. Again, this is slowly reclaiming itself, but I don't see any regrowth, tree regrowth, or anything in here. That still says 4 days. That still says 4 days. It says 55 days. I think these were all 56, right? 55 days. Pumpkins, parsnips. Ooh, parsnips. Interesting. I don't think that regrew. Okay, so 27 days. That would have been 28, so that's something. 27. Those all seem to have worked. These all seem to have worked. Let's get ourselves some different trees down. I want to check something here. Let's just do a... Okay, so it is respecting that you can't put them close to each other, but the walls don't seem to do anything. So what's the most trees you could get in to one of these plots? Probably 4. Because each one needs a completely uninterrupted square around it. Okay. So trees do seem to be working in here. Strangely, I don't think these are. That does seem to be working. Okay, interesting. We'll come back to that after a few days. One thing we didn't do, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. We didn't do our cask experiment in here. Okay, only works in a cellar. So whatever that building is over there on the right, the east wing, that is a powerful building. All right, so this doesn't work. This works as a greenhouse, but I don't think it's working as an open air greenhouse, which would make sense. A greenhouse doesn't let you have beehives either. Won't work as a cellar, although it looks like all the floors on that eastern building are, from what I can tell. Oops, wrong exit. Yeah, so all the floors and the basement here are opening up now. Theoretically, then, if you wanted to, yeah, you could cask up this whole space. Can we fill our watering can here? We can. Beautiful. Can we fish here? That would be weird. All right, we got trash. I forgot I don't have the big long casting range, so. All right, let's do this. See if it speeds up our fishing a little bit. Oh, Ace, I meant to ask then, is this a map you play on? Or did you just see it and it looked interesting? Like, do you have a big, giant, amazing farm already going on this? Yeah, I'm thinking this is... Honestly, it's a good spot to get trash. All things being equal. Yeah, I think we're just going to get trash out of there. Okay. I do see... Can we put our jukebox in here? We can! Nice. Let's start off with a 10 like... go to that one. There we go. But also, we need to get a Get Well Victus, Get Well Dread. Everybody's getting sick. All right, so let's see. We'll go Get Well Victus. And then we'll do Get Well Dread. Here we go. Blue chickens and blue sodas for everybody. All right, if you're new to the channel, what we do like to do is we do like to do what we call chicken raids. So get whatever rocking thing that you want to do. We'll get this cranked up and enjoy the chicken raid. Abby. All right, all right, all right. Thank you guys so much for the likes. Let's go ahead and shut that down. We do appreciate it. Let's see. Let's put me back where I belong. Get this fired back up. Turn that back on. Okay. So we've got kind of a super building over here. Doesn't look like honey will work. Casks are working on all the floors. I suppose you could garden pot this up. That would be expensive. Casks are working here, but not honey. And, oops, and we do have a basement with crops that do not appear to be growing. I don't think. So we'll come back and check this in a few days, but these don't appear to be growing. But 27 and 28, these do. So I don't know. This is almost like a tree farm. Tree farm in casks. I don't know if these crops are going to grow. We'll come back and check that later. It is a really good song. Okay, no major changes there. So I say let's go ahead and... Is there anything else we need to look at? Nothing else should have changed. Like, so everything out here shouldn't be any different, right? This should just be the normal vanilla play, right? Nothing, shouldn't be anything to look at out here. We will come out like on day, 5, I think, and we'll get the community center started and that kind of stuff. But I don't think the mod's going to change anything out here. Yeah, this is all vanilla. Get to cinder sap. And again, it should connect back up to our farm. Coming straight up. I do like this. It goes straight to your house, right? That is kind of cool. So much like the Four Corners farm, it's got a place for quarry. Don't know that this is just space. And it also seems to have almost like a Secret Woods style area as well. Okay, we fished in that pond. Let's fish in the river here. Uh-oh. That'll be a crash. Jumped off the motorcycle and started doing something immediately. Seems to trigger the crash. So I think the motorcycle mod may be part of my problem. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and I'm going to reboot this. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's see if OBS picks up the game for us. There it did. All right, so something we are going to want to do here. Okay, no, parsnips are 4 days. That was just a day off, so maybe that stuff is growing. Let's go ahead and get some stone and wood. And for future testing, I think we're going to need to get the house going. The house upgrades going. So let's slip out and do that real quick. Wake up! Wake up, family! Hey, Deb, good to see you. Oh, very cool. It'll be cool to see then throw in, if you've been using it, I'm really curious to see, yeah, what is the, oh, whew, caught her. Let's go ahead and get that going. Don't have enough money. Oh, she just, Robin, come back. Okay, let's do this. I really want to get this started today. Anyway, yeah, it's, if you've played on this, definitely kick in like some of your experiences. All right, let's try this yet again. But this time, we need to make sure we have wood, stone, and money. Actually, we have enough wood. So we do need stone. And then it's time to get some money. What's that? Almost 5 million? 5 million should be enough, right? Wake up, wherever you are. Demetrius is going to the kitchen. Robin's on her way. Alright, upgrade the house. Okay, that's going. Okay, first off, let's go ahead and we'll try some of the fishing spots out. Oh, we have money now. Oh, interesting. I kind of want to test this both ways. We'll start with bats. And we'll put a different save in because I want to test the cave. Right now we've got the normal cave, right? But I also want to test the legacy cave with both bats and mushrooms. So, okay. Let's see what we have here. Okay, bullhead. So that's a lake fish, right? Alright, I'll keep the rest of that. Trash. Trash. Let's see. I don't... Off the top of my head, I can't remember who gifted you a sub. I should probably start keeping track of that. It's going to be Victus, Nancy, Lux, or Lydia. Those are the 4 people who have gifted subs. So. But I don't remember which one got you. Alright, in our small sample size here, I'm going to say not the best for fishing. We're getting lots of trash here. Yeah, I've seen a video of them, but I don't have them installed right now. Well, I have them installed, they're just turned off right now. Once we get through all of the farm, then we'll start cranking that stuff up as well. Alright, there's another fish finally. So this is consistent with other farms that have fishing on them. This is pretty consistent in that there's usually going to be somewhere like between a 50 and 60% rate of trash to fish or something like that. So which is kind of good. If you're making your own mods, it's easy to have a tendency to make things overpowered, right? All right, let's see. Let's fish down here. That was a long wait. Yeah, it looks that way. Trash and trash. I do like that the farm reclaims itself back to the original map, though. That's kind of cool. As far as these pathing and things like that. So far, nothing but trash out of this one. Yeah, this is feeling like just a lot of trash. Okay. So that one's all trash. And there's no water over here. This building's powerful, though. Alright, let's go ahead and, again, just as an experiment, that's reclaiming itself. Let's run a cut. We'll do it over here. Alright, we're going to cut ourselves a path. Oh, I have to check out that pond. Straight down to there. Alright, we'll cut ourselves just a strip right through there. And down to here. Oops. Alright. Now you could probably crab pot these little ponds and stuff, I would guess. If you didn't want to fish in them. So it's all going to be freshwater, I'm going to guess, on this farm. Since we're not on the ocean. Oh, fish in this one. Nice. That's unexpected. Lydia, how you doing? Good to see you. Caught a lot of bullheads. Don't know if that's the only fish we can catch, but... Okay. So we've got all of our experiments kind of running here. Oh, we need to redo this experiment. Alright. So let's take all of these out. And again, I believe that if we take out that spot, it won't regrow. But we'll try a lower left, a lower right, and a right. Then on this one, we'll put in all three. Then over here, let's just do, we'll do 2 experiments over here. We will do a just to the right, and all 3. And over here we'll plant seeds to see if that makes any difference. There we go. Alright, and then this is slowly starting to reclaim, and trees are definitely growing back in there at a rate that is faster. Alright, it's time to get some time going, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to sleep a bit. Just to make sure we're not breaking anything. We're going to turn time back on. Something ba-bing-binged. Alright, we've got weeds. We got a bigger house. So we need to go upgrade our house. Oh, there's an experiment I want to do with that as well. If we skip, do we get the dog? Does it auto-name it? We'll watch through this. Alright, let's name our dog Lunatyx. That is the mod author, so little tribute to the author of the mod. Yeah, I've got that one. I've got them all queued up. I just have them shut off right now, so that'll be our second thing. So, okay, let's go ahead and I think we're going to need hardwood for the second upgrade. I can't remember. Hardwood. Wood. Stony. Alright, we'll put these down here. Alright, wake up, wake up. Go to work. Everybody go to work. Demetrius, go to the kitchen. No? Going right to work? What a guy. Yeah, hardwood for that one. Now we should be able to hopefully trigger the community center cutscene. Don't need to watch it. Okay, all that's running. We are going to go ahead and... So our cave should be fruit bats. Yep. Let's go ahead and give ourselves... the greenhouse. Okay, so this shouldn't be any different. Yep, same greenhouse. As a couple of in the chat have said, there is a legacy greenhouse that we'll look at here in a minute. Okay, so this experiment, it is slowly reclaiming the ground. That is good. Yeah, I don't think it spawns in these areas. So you have these areas you could put in furnaces. You could put a building in here, I suppose. That's something else that we're going to have to do eventually. So that's reclaiming itself. Let's go out here. Okay, ooh, this one... So the one that we took out the thing, it didn't grow. The one to the lower... Actually, you know what probably happened over the 5 days? This reclaimed. So I'm going to say if you have anything in the 2x2 grid, right, it's going to block those stumps. So if you put anything in these 4 squares, my guess is on this one what happened is we had one right here. But I'm going to say over the 5 days that we slept, that got reclaimed and then the stump grew back. But if you put anything in the 2x2 grid, I'm going to say it blocks the stump growth. So the indicator is that little piece of grass that's in the upper left-hand corner. All right, we're going to let this area just go wild again. This is reclaiming itself, but again, nothing's really growing in down here. Although we're getting stone there, which is interesting. Let's reclaim this top part and see if stone grows there as well. I guess stone doesn't really grow, but... Yeah, I don't know why we're getting rocks here. That's a little weird. I kind of wish I would have left a weed. Can we plant a weed? Weeds. Can I plant that? Can I place it? Nope. All right, an experiment we might do on a different save is to, you could argue like leaving some debris down here so that it actually spreads. Like spreading weeds down here might be good. You could turn it into almost like a little fiber farm if you wanted to. Okay, let's see. This is all basically reclaimed, or did we leave that empty? Yeah, we leave that empty, but again, I'm not seeing any trees or foraging come in there. This is reclaiming itself. That has stayed pretty clean. This is definitely set up to be foraging. Trees are regrowing. They also appear to be regrowing back into the grid that they were in before. Notice how the trees are all lined up. So this is essentially a natural tree farm that just regrows. You could build your own. There's plenty of space on this farm. But... all right, let's go check the east side. This is reclaiming itself. But again, no growth or weed spread or anything there. These are still working. Yep, 52 days. Those are not. So casks are working in here. Beehives are not. And in our basement, yeah, we've got tree growth. We've got plant growth. Also notice we're not losing our stuff here. So I want to do another experiment here. We're going to plant some unwatered crops. I would imagine this is treated like an interior space, which would mean rain would not make anything grow, but you never know. Okay. That's all going well. So here is our next pseudo experiment we're going to do. Let's make sure we don't have crops. Let's see, X. Clear live crops. No, do not do that. Clear weeds, clear debris, kill dead crops. Don't do that. Alright, that should be pretty good. Actually, the other thing we're going to do there. Let's crank this baby up. Okay, we're going to clear this farm now. Here we go. I'm curious just how much experience is sitting on this farm. All right, we have filled up our inventory. Okay, I think that should be most of the farm. I think, yeah, we necessarily collected everything, but all right, I think the farm is clear. So we're at foraging 7, mining 3, fishing we did by fishing. So 7 levels of foraging just to clear this monster of a farm. All right. Let's sleep for a few days till our spreading weeds have caused damage to your farm. Where? I can't imagine I have a weed left. Somewhere there's a weed. Foraging 6, mining 3, foraging 7. All right, that should be the house upgrade. Holy cow. Oh no, we didn't till out the whole thing. Okay, so again, it looks like for the most part, okay, we are getting some forageables on the farm. That's interesting. Is it only on the west side? This is slowly regaining. Nope, there's a forageable. That would not have been there. We cleared everything. So we got some grass that grew back in. The quarry is slowly working itself back up. It does have some debris that came in. We have a rock there. A rock there. Forageables down here as well. A little grass grew back. Lots of forageables. Our tree stumps are slowly regaining as these spots go away. Obviously the crops are keeping that from growing. So if you planted crops out here and didn't want the stumps aren't going to destroy your crops, which I wouldn't have expected them to do, but they're good to go there. Parsnips are ready. Okay, let's sleep some more. Actually, we need to do another house upgrade. Do. Oh, no, just renovations. So remove crib, open bedroom, southern room. Okay, those don't matter. So... shouldn't there be a cellar? Let's sleep and make sure. Yeah, shouldn't there be a cellar in here? On that last, or is that something we have to add separately? What am I thinking? Okay, I knew there was a mod that would let you do honey inside. So is that what it is called? Better Bee House? Dining room, cubby, attic. So this is... I don't know what's going on here. We should have the cellar. And we don't. So does the cellar not work without the legacy cellar? All right, well, let's test this. So is it... I don't think I have... Is there one more upgrade? Okay, maybe that's what I'm missing. Am I just an upgrade short? Well, Robin left, so we'll go home and sleep again. Farm. I got confused because we saw that other... I don't know where all these spreading weeds are coming from, but... Wake up, wherever you are. I saw the renovations and got too excited, I guess. Oh, there it is. Upgrade. Okay. Thank you for correcting my inability to understand how to play the game. Alright, let's get this fired up. Because it should be the normal cellar. I don't know why we're getting that message every time. Oh, good, a rainy day. I heard a rainy day. There's we go. Okay, normal cellar from vanilla. So, as expected. Alright, let's go check on some things. Slowly regaining itself here. Most of that has corrected. Grass is spreading. This is mostly grown back in. This is mostly grown back in. Little artifact spot. Nothing there. That's still running. Ready to harvest pumpkin. So again, much like a greenhouse, you can grow out-of-season crops here, which is cool. I do like the map overall. Huge. It's a huge map. Alright, that still hasn't reclaimed itself, but again, the trees. So this is a natural tree farm. Our parsnips are slowly growing because it rains every once in a while. We haven't watered them once. Forageables. Better bee houses. That's cool. Okay. Interesting. These rocks seem to come and go almost like debris. Right, there was a rock here before. Now it's copper. Which is interesting. We are getting some grass regrowth down here as well. But not really. Some forageables. Oh, the grass grew over our path. Interesting there. A little bit of grass in the path. So you'd have to do some maintenance work, potentially, on the farm. Our dog's doing his deal. Alright, I say we sleep out the rest of the month. Let's see how much it recovers in a couple weeks. So we'll push ourselves over to the day before summer and the day after summer. So I want to see how much it recovers and what kind of spread we get just in natural days. And then I want to see what a season change does to it. Plus we want to see it in all the seasons as well. Which we might time warp for future seasons. We will see. Alright, so 25th. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. 27. Alright, one more day. Alright, let's go take a look. Alright, we do have forageables. We have grass regrowing. Grass took over there. I can't imagine this has changed any up here. If you haven't seen this though, this is awesome. We can swim on our own farm, which is kind of cool. Much quicker. Like, I love the idea of the spa. It's just such a pain to get to it that it's almost not worth doing. Alright, this is mostly growing back in. Our strip has been pretty much cleaned up. I don't remember if there were trees there from the start, but... So our parsnips are blocking those two stumps from growing back. These have all grown in. These have all grown back. So again, these are daily. You got daily stumps in here for hardwood. So 10 stumps for hardwood and a regrowth of trees is pretty cool. Yeah, I think these are just random. I think they just randomly pop in there. Alright, this has mostly recovered itself in a couple of weeks. Again, grass is growing back in. Grass. This is mostly recovered. Okay, so debris will come in here, but it looks like your actual spawns, these two spots won't spawn ore. Alright. Actually, no, we'll do that next. This is mostly recovered. Again, I don't see forageables over here, but that's fine. Let's check our... Oh, we've gone over to silver. So that's the thing. So our pumpkins grew, our parsnips grew. Yeah, these aren't changing. So because this is inside, we're not getting any growth without watering, which makes sense. Our trees are almost done. Now these are spring trees, so we'll see if they produce in the summer here. Alright, let's take a look at what kind of a mess this farm makes of itself on a change of seasons. It's summer! Okay, I gotta say, not too bad from what I'm seeing so far. I'm seeing some rocks and sticks. But honestly, because we left this thing wide open, we got a weed. Alright, we're gonna leave these weeds. I want to see if these will spread. Because honestly, a weed farm for fiber might not be a bad idea in an area like this. If you could keep it contained down here, that actually could work. I got some weeds up here. Grass spread pretty well. This is almost completely, this is completely recovered itself now. A lot of debris though. So I think if you wanted to have this be a true quarry, you need to keep the debris cleaned out from down here. So let's do that. We'll clean this area out here. Cookies. Okay. So our next test here. Let's update tractor a little bit here. Let's get something that's a little more reasonable. Yeah, I can control that. All right, let's clear the farm first. We're going to clean everything back out. Just down to here. I want to leave that, we're going to leave that bottom open. Or that bottom, because I want to see if we can turn that into a weed farm. It's a nice little spot for the greenhouse. We'll have to move it and see if we can find, if there's a good spot behind there for anything. Alright, that should be everything cleaned out. Let's go ahead and clean these out. And take these out. On your remix farm? Is that the one you're going to run perfection on, Crystal? Oh, you got your rabbit's foot. Sorry, I missed that comment. So you got the rabbit's foot. Congratulations on that. I know that one was a rough one. Nice. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's just see how ridiculous. So to me, it appears you want to go full on, I farm everything. I'm going to say from a tillable land standpoint, I don't know if you're going to find many farms with this much tillable land. I can see why people wanted a no truck version. So I believe there is a version that has no truck. So if you don't want the truck, that kind of messes up your mega farm here. All right, I'm curious. Can you move the truck? Nope, can't move the truck. Can't move that. Can move the greenhouse. Can we destroy that little dog pen? Let's move the greenhouse out of the way. Nope, the doghouse appears to be permanent as well. Can't destroy the truck. Alright, so I think there is a version without the doghouse as well, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, if you were strategic, I guess you could put that there. Put your house there. Just block your truck in, maybe. Okay, don't want to block that entrance. Let's put that there. Put that there. Can't move those. Okay, it means you can still get to there. Alright, let's go back to the farm. Whee! There we go. And just because we can, we'll just come in here, take a little swim, fill up our energy. So for those of you that actually use this farm, do you use this feature very much? Do you catch yourself using it to recharge your energy? Is that more of an early game thing or a late game thing? Oh, that's weird. We broke something there. All right, let's sleep a week. And I want to see just how fast. It's probably the same as... Oh, is that the... train yard opening up, I believe? Yeah, we've been through the treehouse. I can't remember what we put up on top. We planted some stuff in there, I think. We'll go check that out. The warp stuff is pretty cool. Alright, there's a week. Week of summer slept away. It's recovering. Yeah, what did we put in here? We have pumpkins. Yeah, so they grew, again, it's kind of like a free greenhouse up here on the top. That's, for early game, that would be pretty powerful. This is super, super powerful there. All right, let's take a look around. Oops. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 squares, but this has stayed pretty pristine over here. All right, let's see if our trees grow stuff out of season or not. Looks like it. We'll harvest a couple and see. None of that grew because it's not watered, but these are continuing. So yeah, everything. This is a mega powerful building right there. All right, so our quarry has recovered. I think if you were playing on this farm, you'd want to keep your debris out of here as much as you can, just to give it a better shot. At least the wood. Maybe leave the rocks. Okay, that's a little bit farther. Definitely getting weed spread down here, though. Hey, Wally, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Alright, we are getting some more forageables again. We're getting grass spread, weed spread, debris spread. I will leave that one. Alright, that one is debris, I think. I think just this top row spawns ore for some reason. Okay, interesting enough, this doesn't appear to be spawning debris. So trees are growing back in their natural rows. The stumps have all grown back. We've got forageables over here. So once you get this cleared out, you've got a natural, we've got pine, oak, maple. I don't see any mahogany, but you do have the stumps, 10 stumps that grow back daily. So hardwood wouldn't be a problem. If you wanted to use this as a tapper farm, you could tap and forage back here. If you're using automate, you could run automation through all of this with tappers and have pretty much as much resin, syrup, and pine tar as you would need. This is a powerful thing here. Obviously, if you cover all this with automation, you might lose some of your potential forageables. Trying to look. I don't see any of the forageables spawning yet, like between the trees. So if you ran your automation in rows, you might be okay. We'll let this keep going. We'll see what happens with it. The farm overall is recovering pretty quickly. That was just a week. And you can see... Well, that hasn't updated. That's the original map. You can definitely see the major outlines of the paths and stuff, so that's kind of cool. Let's try this. I don't know if reloading will make that map update or not. I don't think so, but yeah, that's still the original screenshot, so not sure if there's anything I can do to make that hit. Or to change. Oh, is that... Oh, okay, there we go. That updates it. There we go. Okay. So we can see that the basic outline of the map after a week has recovered relatively well. Alright, let's sleep another week. We'll let 6:10 kick over, so at least time has passed. Before we... I think being awake 10 minutes a day is plenty. So, are you still working on your island, Wally? What was the theme of your stream tonight? Or today, or tomorrow, or whatever it is for you? Ginger Island Farm? Cool. Now, are you still working on the Quee Crop Quest? Holy cow. 4 p.m. Yeah, I knew you were ahead of us quite a ways. It is 9:15 Saturday night here. Oh, did you get it? Did you make it? Did you get enough done? That's one of those I only ever do it once, and I probably never do that one again. Oh, this will be interesting. Green rain on this farm. Holy cow, look at this. Oops, let's not harvest stuff out quite yet. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay, not as bad as I would have thought. Lots of weeds. Okay, let's see. What do we have in our inventory? All right, let's go ahead and let's see what kind of fiber return we can get on a green rain day. And it might have been better if a quarter of the farm wasn't still in tilled mode. This little quarry is nice. Boink, 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 boink. Alright, there's a green rain effect over here. Oh. Okay, interesting. So this is almost like protected land. It's got like a magical enchantment on it. Because the green rain didn't spawn weeds over here. It did on the main farm. Ran into a tree. No weeds over here, but a lot of... What the heck is that? Taro root. Interesting. Is that a mango? Got mangoes and taro roots coming in as forageable. That's ginger. Okay, are those because of the green rain, or is that something? Don't know on that one. But anyway, let's see if our green rain trees stay. Okay, we cleared the farm. 138 moss. 360 fiber. A decent amount, not crazy amounts. Alright, let's let everything go back to normal here. We shall sleep another week. Well, congrats on the 500 crops. That can take a little while. Yeah, I don't know, man. Forageables over there might be a little bit of everything. So those west and east side things are pretty special, actually, in what they do. Oh, let's go to Monday. All right, it's mostly recovered. Our weed farm, grass farm down in the corner is doing quite well. Not a ton of spread though. I don't know if you're talking about, what's it been, 2 weeks, I guess? You'd have to really be careful not to kill too many of those if you wanted to try to farm the weeds. Doesn't look like... Yeah, I don't think any of the green rain trees stayed. And then this over here should pretty much look normal. This is completely recovered now. So again, if you wanted to plant a tree farm over here, you could. You have complete control over here. Let's make sure our out-of-season trees are still doing what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, we harvested these bottom ones, so you can grow out-of-season trees in here just like a greenhouse. That's awesome. Alright, you do have some grass starting to grow as well. Forageables. This has gone a little funky. Okay, so that's interesting because that's where the greenhouse was. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it was probably there. This corrected itself. I'm not sure what's going on up here. All right, let's see if we can get that to recover itself. That's a little weird. Hey, speaking of the devil. All right, we'll go through the summer. We'll see if the farm recovers itself in a season. Then we'll probably just fast forward through the fall and see what it looks like in the fall and in the winter. I hear rain. All right, that's another week. Actually, no, we're in the fall now. All right. Oh, that's a little bit of just a visual glitch. I don't think that's the mod. I think that is just the game. I'm gonna say if we take that tree out, it'll be fine. Yeah. All right, I'm seeing a good amount of moss. Our trees have, I think, filled in. I think this is probably the pattern that is just natural. Now, if you wanted to, I think you could put a tree there, 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 there. It wouldn't quite line up. 1, 2, you could put one there, 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 there. Yeah, unfortunately, it wouldn't quite line up completely. Although, if you did like they had down here, you could go tree, tree. So if we have a tree right here, tree, tree, and then leave a 2 gap in the center to go north to south. Okay, so this is good to see. So the forageables do go in between the trees. So if you did hook this up with the automate mod and automated the collection of all these trees, you potentially might give up some forageables. But if you were making resin and all kinds of stuff with here, it'd probably be worth it. All right, some debris. Again, the debris is not bad. Although down here, debris spawns crazy. So it is interesting. That region works a little different. This hasn't even spread that bad. The grass has spread pretty good down here. And again, no debris over here. All right, let's go ahead and we will just time warp our way to winter. So it looks like for the most part, yeah, it was almost recovered at this point. We're down to just a few spots, so the recovery time on the farm is actually pretty good when it comes to if you till it all up. Oh, digging the ice. Digging the ice on that building. So this is a still graphic. It doesn't change dynamically. Our wine got done. So we know those work. So, very cool. All right, I think then this will be a good opportunity for us to... These almost look like rivers, like you're going to ice skate. Not so much in here, but look how smooth that is. So what is... Yeah, it's the same texture there. Interesting. There must be a difference. Yeah, because look how smooth that one is. This one still has some texture to it. It's a little glitch there. I'm not sure what that is. Okay, it's smooth like that up here too. So there must be two different tile sets for pathing. And I'm guessing that was done on purpose. I don't care about your board. Because the attention to detail this mod author has, I'm going to say that's done on purpose. So I'm going to say there's something about the tile set over here that might even be linked to... Let's go back to a different season. Like this grass versus this grass. Like notice this grass, the natural tile set does not have these little elements in it, right? Like that's just part of the tile set. Whereas over here, I don't see that, which means this grass tile set probably disallows the weeds to grow, where this grass tile set allows it, right? That's very cool. I'm just guessing. I've never written a mod for Stardew. Maybe someday I'll dig into that, but... Okay, here's what I think we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to jump out of game. We're gonna turn on the other mods, right? The greenhouse, the cellar. There's a Coops and Barn, a greenhouse. There's a cellar. What else do we have? It's a Legacy Community Center. We'll take a look at that one. Farm cave as well. So farm, greenhouse, cellar, Coops and Barns, and community center. We'll crank all those up and we'll take a look at how that changes the game. So this again, 100% vanilla, right? Our cave is just a normal cave. It is full of fruit because we haven't touched it in 3 months, but it is just normal cave. So. All right, we'll take a quick break. Hey, Crystal, thanks for swinging by. We appreciate it. Have a good night. And we'll be right back. All right. Just getting reloaded here. So for this one, we're going to start a whole new game. Because I don't want any of that stuff that we did before. What did we name our other guy? I don't remember. Does it say in here? I think it just says the farm name. Farm Explorer. Alright. This is Explorer the Second. This is all the legacy stuff. Let's see, last time we gave ourselves crazy wild hair. Or crazy long hair, actually. A little too straight for me. That's the one we did last time. I'm thinking the ponytail. We'll say we tied our hair back for this. Ooh, that's pretty long. Weird front, though. Alright, so what do we have for ponytails? We have number 60. We have 60 and 29. 29 looks a little more wild. We'll go with that one. Let's see, let's do a cat this time. A nice white cat. We do need to give ourselves like a big old bushy beard. That works. This time... Oh, this guy's junior. He's the second, so we'll make him not quite so gray as the other guy. Oh, not his pants. We'll leave his pants alone. There we go. He's a young buck. Let's get a little more color in there. That works. Again, we're going to click the standard farm because that's what loads this up. All right, let's get this cleaned out. I'm going to turn down and that shouldn't matter. Okay. Let's get our inventory. One hit kills, one hit breaks are on. So this one we're mostly going to take a look at the extended spaces and hopefully they all loaded up okay. I haven't really tested this all that much. And let's go ahead and get ourselves some storage. All right, so it should look the same from out here. And just like before, we're gonna go ahead and just clear our paths so we can move around without much issue here. The non-path areas we won't worry too much about. Alright, let's make that one bigger. Alright, so this over here shouldn't have changed much. Yeah, it looks to be the same. We're not going to bother cleaning all that out. I like that debris also spawns on the bridge. That's a little weird. Alright, up to the house. Over to Grandpa's shrine. Alright. Oh, we missed that little section. Let's go back and get that. Not that it matters. I don't think there's anything down there. Okay. Farm is basically clean. The other test we'll kind of do here now is our pathing is clean. Which means now, if anything spreads, we'll see it. We'll see how much. We're going to leave all of the debris elsewhere. But if we get spread, we'll be able to tell a lot easier how bad the spread is. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, let's start over here, I guess. We'll start on the east side. I'm going to say this probably hasn't changed any. So we're not going to re-add anything to it. We know how it works. I guess the only single test I'll do here, and I'm about 90% sure I know how this is going to work, but is let's get a completely out of season tree. So apple is should be a summer tree, right? Fall tree. So yeah, so we can plant it. So yeah, it works like a greenhouse. So perfect. Didn't expect anything any different there. All right, we are going to have to get ourselves some money. Not the one I wanted to do. Alright, let's go start getting our house upgrades done. Alright, so we're going to need some wood. Some stone. Hardwood. Now let's make sure we have Insta build on. Alright, so we're going to need a coop. Let's see. You know what? We should probably clear a spot for this little experiment. Let's do that real quick. So time we will just freeze so nothing changes. That'll work. Hey, how you doing? It's been pretty cool so far. This mod author has built a pretty interesting mod set here. We're getting ready to start testing the additional. We did the vanilla version first. Now we're going to play around with some of the other components to it. So all right, that one's done. So we're going to go ahead and build 3 of each. And then we'll upgrade to all the different versions here. They don't quite all fit, so we'll put the middle one next to the other one because those will both be upgraded. So we need to now do a big coop. So we'll make that one a big coop. And then we'll make the other one the deluxe. So make that one a big coop. And we're out of wood. There we go. We might run out of stone. So let's get a little more stone. Alright, now we'll get the deluxe coop. Okay, so we got the normal coop, the big coop, and the deluxe coop. Now we'll go ahead and build ourselves a barn. These are going to be a little bigger. What are they? 1 square bigger? Alright, so we're going to run this one just off the path a little bit. That should be enough to make this fit. Barn 2, we'll do the same thing. Just run it off the path just a little bit. And barn 3 should fit in here without any issues. There we go. All right, now let's go ahead and get our barn upgrades. Oh, nope, we don't want that one. Big barn, there we go. Now we can do the deluxe. Beautiful. All right. Unfortunately, the way my cheat mod works, the house upgrades don't insta-build, so we have to wait those out. Okay, so what we should have now is a normal barn, big barn, deluxe barn, normal coop, big coop, deluxe coop. Alright, let's go ahead, just in case anything bad would happen. We're going to go ahead and sleep and save here real quick. Three levels of foraging, just clearing the paths. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, maybe not. Let's see. Let's start off with mushrooms. I do want to test this both ways, but we're probably going to need more days, so let's... Alright, so already you can see the cave is different. So there's our mushroom stuff. So this one got set up just because we just talked to Demetrius. If we would have checked this yesterday, it probably would have been empty. I believe... No, not in this... Yeah, in this version. I thought... Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought there was another way to swim. Maybe it's they take that away in the whatchamacallit. In the desert island. So I might be thinking of the desert island mod. Okay. So I'm seeing a cave full of stuff that we can do. Definitely tillable. Now, what can we plant in here? Can we plant out of season? Yep. So the cave also is acting like a greenhouse. Pretty conveniently sized plots. It's one short of 2 iridium sprinklers. So, like if you put these in here, you'd have one overlap. Or one wasted if you look at it, but okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plots. I have a Neptune's Glaive, so if I want to start fighting stuff early, I can. I believe this unlocks with the other minecarts, so it also gives you a minecart location here. The middle walkway slowly. Okay, there we go. I thought I had seen that somewhere. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this also has a replenishing. I'm just gonna do this just so you guys can see my lovely figure. Also, I'm seeing forageables. A lot going on in this cave. I'm gonna assume if you go fruit bats, probably this area would be fruit bat. So this is like the normal cave right here. Then everything else here is in addition to. Alright, I don't know if we can catch anything in here. Probably trash, if I had to guess. Ladder below the minecart. Okay. Oh, no, there is fish in here. Sunfish. Ladder behind the minecart. Oh, there it is. Jeez. Holy cow. Whole nother level. A third level. Alright, so we've got a bonus quarry in here as well. Don't think I can fish in there. Nope. Okay, so a quarry, more hardwood. I'm gonna say that probably respawns. What can we do on the tractor in here? No tilling. Actually, we could till that up, I suppose. If you wanted to turn that into cropland, you could. I don't know why you would. Daily respawns? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have ourselves a nice little mini quarry here. Let's turn back on. Okay, so more forageables, more hardwood. So that's 20 stumps. If you add this, the 10 over there. These look to be very much, yeah, built around the iridium sprinkler. If you're going early on, let's clear out some of the mess we have going on here. Yeah, not perfect, but I would prefer this over making it hooked up to these. I mean, because you could probably, let's see what we can do here. If you've got the resources anyway. Yeah, you could sprinkler these up with with quality, you only lose 2 as opposed to an iridium. So early on, if you were willing, like the default would be 4, you'd lose 4. But if you had the resources, you could actually put 6 down and only lose 2 spots per crop. But again, with these maps, you have so much more space to do things. Like, I mean, really, you could plant down here, I'm going to assume. Yeah, so we can plant out a season down here as well. There we go. That would be silly to do. You probably shouldn't plant your crops in a place where you can get free ore. Oh, interesting enough, I don't... Oh, we haven't tilled this, I bet. Okay. Whew. See, that would have been weird. There we go. Yep, we can plant out a season down here as well. Okay. We'll leave those there as a test and an experiment. What about trees? Looks to be the same. You can get 4 in here if you're creative. If symmetry doesn't matter to you. Oh, there's a thing there. Is that blocking our placement? No. Okay, it doesn't... Oh, it'll place there. Oh, I'm just too far away. Okay. Symmetry is important. I suppose you could just put a tree right in the center, which would work as fine as well. Okay, so another greenhouse space. Another energy recharge space. Cool. This is quite a cave. Super cave. It's got forageables. I might go mushrooms on this one. I don't know. I still like the fruit bats, so... Okay, we know what the mushrooms are going to do, right? So I'm going to go ahead. Let's reload the day. And we'll choose the fruit bats instead just to see, and we'll just let that run. See if they contain to that top area or do they start spreading out more. We know the mushrooms will contain to the mushroom containers, right? That's just how they work, so. Alright, so we'll try this again with bats. Alright, then we will... I'm just going to leave that. We'll reset up our experiments real quick. Let's see. Pumpkin. Parsnip. And apple trees. Let's see. Oh, we already had apple trees. Don't think we'll need any of that, but... And then let's go ahead. I see bats flying by, though. So the bats are flying all over the place, which is interesting. And a pumpkin. There we go. Forage and fruit spawn. So it'll spread mushrooms, more mushrooms if you pick the mushroom, or is it just the forage part's the same no matter what? I don't know why I'm replanting these. We know it works, but completeness. Okay. So that's the cave. So again, that's not included in the legacy farm. That's included in another mod in addition to the legacy farm, right? All right, on to the next. Robin is working on our house. This shouldn't have changed. This should be the same. Yep, same thing here. So no changes to that. This should be the same. No changes to that. You guys get to see me in my sexy swimsuit again. No changes to Grandpa's shrine. No changes to this over here. Alright. We'll get to these in a second. No changes to anything there. This should be the same, but no changes there. Working our way over. That's just cinder sap. No changes there. No changes here. And I think we already established no changes to this. Yep. That's the same, and our apple tree is still there. Okay. Yeah, I saw the... you get Neptune's glaive or whatever. And then if we'll see this on, if we get to the deserted island farm, you actually get a different sword on that one. But yeah, we pulled it on the other save, but yeah, definitely a good point. You get this, definitely a huge upgrade compared to your rusty sword. And then we'll test this. Should just be linked to the minecart network there. So yeah, much better, I guess, starter sword, if you want to call it that. Okay, Cellar we can't get to yet, that's why we're upgrading our house. So let's take a look at the coops. So obviously a much larger coop here, and this is just the normal coop. All right, that doesn't change anything. Yeah, so everything else seems to be the same. I don't remember that sign being in the normal coop. Can we fill our... Can fill your watering can, it looks like. Let's use up some water. There we go. Maybe not. Yeah, okay, they're not refilling your watering can. Okay, so that's first one. There's our hay hopper. Coop number 2, which is the big coop. I don't think is any bigger. Obviously, it's got the incubator and stuff like that in it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is it 12? Looks to be 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so the interiors are the same space. So you get the space right away. Obviously, we get the bigger feeder. You get the ability to have 8 animals instead of 4. And you get the incubator. So those things have been added. Space-wise, it's the same. The signs look different, though. Yeah, so the fresh egg signs are not down here in the big coop. So those are added. Everything else looks to be the same. All right. There we go. So that's a change. Now, oops, go back and see. Make sure there's not anything hidden. So we get the bigger thing, the incubator, some visual changes for the big coop, but the deluxe definitely have added some stuff. All right, so we have the auto feeder now. If we had a silo, that would be working. Visually, the top appears to be the same, but quite an addition here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Call it 11. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 24. 24 by 10 is 240. That's a lot of space for a chicken coop. Not to mention the space up here. Now, I think I did see something in her video. The animals will not go down here. So the animals will only stay up here in the top. So this is kind of like a basement, I would guess, right? Think of it like a basement. So they can't travel down here. So your animals could be up here and all your manufacturing and processing could be down here. Okay. Very cool. Let's go check out the barns. Okay, similar. We got a milk sign this time. Again, I don't think... Yeah, can't use those to fill up our thing. Hay feeder, you know, all your standard stuff. A lot more space, though, than a standard barn. If it follows the same pattern, then... Yep, the signs have moved. We've added probably nothing up here because there's no incubator. The larger hay trough is there. And then we will assume, if it follows the same pattern, we get the additional room down here. Which this one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 3 to 4, 25. This one's 26. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by 11. So 260 plus this top row, which isn't complete, but okay, very interesting. We'll do the test here, but it shouldn't be any different. Yep. Let's go ahead and see. Okay, so you can put your own flooring down in here if you want to, down the stairs. Yep. Now that will take some of the visual out of it because it'll make it look like it'll make it not look like it goes down that way. So if you wanted to change kind of the visual a little bit, that makes it look like it's all on a single story. This, I think, makes it look like stairs going down. So that definitely a little bit of an optical illusion there. What is that one? Let's see if we can... I don't think it's rustic. We'll try the rustic. Wood floor. Yeah, it's definitely not rustic. What about this one? I think these face the other way. Yeah. I don't know if we can match that tile set for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that anyway. Well, I suppose if you wanted to change the floor but kind of keep the hay as well, let's use rustic. Like you could make like almost like an outline here. Then if you blended them together, you could get something like that. Again, it changes the optical illusion. It makes it look more like a second room as opposed to a lower room. I think I like the lower room better, honestly. I'd probably leave it. But everybody has their own kind of decoration styles, so. Oh, come on. There we go. I think I do like the fact that it kind of goes down and looks like a lower room. Although, I guess in a weird way that doesn't make sense because now the windows wouldn't have light coming in. I don't know. You do what you want to do. Okay, those are pretty cool. Let's see, what else is on the list? We have got Legacy Cellar, which we don't have access to yet. Legacy Coops and Barns. Legacy Community Center we'll play around with here in a minute. Legacy Greenhouse we haven't looked at yet either. Legacy Farm Cave we did. All right, so let's go ahead and take a couple naps here for two reasons. We've got to get our community center stuff going to test some other stuff. Oh, I meant to do something. I want to test something here while we're here. Hold on. We're going to reset that. I have a absolutely 100% greed-based thing here I want to test. Oh, what did we name this farm? All Legacy. There it is. All right, I'm going to back up my save file here real quick. Make sure we don't absolutely hose this. All right, I'm going to delete my save. We're going to revert ourselves back a day before the house upgraded. Okay, so when the house upgraded, it takes away your single bed and gives you the double bed as part of the upgrade, right? So now we have this double bed as opposed to the single bed that we had before. What I want to test okay, so our upgrade hasn't happened. If I was being stupid amounts of greedy. So let's say you can get this, I think, from the community, from the museum, but somehow you got yourself a hold of another bed and or you just decided to pass out, right? So we're going to put that bed down and we're going to pick this bed up and we're going to put it in our inventory. And then we're going to see if when the house upgrades, will it yank that bed out of our inventory? It did not. Oh, it upgraded the bed we were sleeping in to a double bed version of that bed. That's interesting. I didn't expect that. So whatever bed you have, All right, let's try another experiment then. That was not what I expected, actually. Where did my... Did I close it? No. All right, let's do this one more time. This has nothing to do with the mod. This is just the game. All right, let's load this again. I have a couple other tests we want to do here. So what's the craziest single bed we can get? There's just the bed, the blue string pinstripe bed, the child bed. Oh, here we go. Midnight beach bed? I don't even know what that one is. We'll put both those down. We'll put another normal bed. We'll put that one. Okay. So this we're going to put back in our inventory. Alright, we're going to put the midnight beach... Actually, let's put the tropical bed down first. We'll put the midnight beach bed down second. Put the pinstripe bed down third. We'll sleep in the one that is the second bed. Okay, so is the first bed we put down... So the first bed is converted to a double bed. Because we put the tropical down first, we put this one down second, we put this one down third. It didn't delete the extra beds. It just upgrades the first bed you put down. And by default, the normal bed would be the first bed you put down, so... Okay. Interesting. Interesting to me, anyway. So if you want a double version of a different bed and you can get a hold of that bed before you upgrade your house, you can get a free double version of it, but you'll lose the single version. Just kind of keep that in mind. Last test we'll do here real quick. All right, let's reload this one more time. We're not going to spawn any extra beds this time. We'll load this back up. And I don't know why you want beds the way I'm doing this, but so be it. All right, we're going to pick this bed up and put it in our inventory. So no beds. We're going to turn time back on. And we're just going to pass out in the house. Because then you still sleep. But no penalty for passing out in your house. Just sleep on the floor. So no bed was placed. And no bed was given. Alright, so it doesn't spawn a new bed. So I guess if you really want to keep your single bed and don't convert it to a double bed, sleep on the floor the night of your house upgrade. And you can have the single bed. Okay. I don't know if you found that interesting, but I love stuff like that. So, things that we need to do. We need to get the next house upgrade going. So let's go do that first. Wakey, wakey. Let's see. What do we need for... Let's grab some more stone. I think that's enough, but... Actually, I don't think we need any stone for this upgrade, but... Yeah, I forgot that I haven't 65,000, 100 pieces of hardwood yet. Okay, that's going now. And then the other thing that we need to do, I want to get the community center going naturally. We could cheat it on, but we need to turn on the greenhouse. Hey, we got our cat. We're also going to name the cat after the mod author as a little tribute. We'll do the full Lunatyx. Okay. So, let's see. Robin's working on the house. We need to get the greenhouse going here. Might be too early, I can't remember. Yep. So let's go ahead and... I think it's 8 o'clock. There we go. So that should make it so that we have the... Okay, well, while we're here, let's go ahead and let's take a quick break. One of the mods is a remix of the bundles, and we'll take a look at that when we get back. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's go check out the greenhouse. Now, we're going to have to do a little bit of spawning here to get this to work, but first we'll look at... Oh, we have to do a lot of stuff to get this to work. Never mind. All right, we'll do that in a second. We should get a letter here from the wizard, so we'll deal with that here in a minute. All right, let's get to sleep. There's our letter. I do like this straight shot to Cindersap. That makes me happy. Holy cow, somebody needs to clean up the forest. Look at this mess. Alright, we're just going to skip that. Don't know, is the... I don't think we have a warp spot to the community center. Oh, there it is. I just never use it. Okay. So spring foraging, winter foraging, exotic foraging. These don't feel any different. Alright, let's check to make sure I installed the mod correctly. Legacy Community Center bundles is installed. Alright, let's look at the... see if it says what... It doesn't change everything, so I want to make sure that what we're seeing is what we're supposed to be seeing here. Master Brewer, Animal Rancher, Artisan, Wild Foraging, Beautiful Gardens, Loved Cooks. Okay, maybe nothing on this first one actually changes. Ocean Fish, Blacksmiths, Crops. Alright, there we go. Spring Foraging. Yeah, that should be different. There should be 5. Okay, so... something is not triggering. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and exit all the way out here. And we'll relaunch it just to make sure. Because maybe it didn't write its files out or something yet. So what this mod is supposed to do is just make it harder. So it's not a huge change, but it does make you have to collect more stuff. So we'll see. Also, we'll check, make sure there's not a setting that I missed, which is a possibility. So let's make sure there's not a config file here. Don't see anything. All right. Oh, crap. I suppose it would help if we saved our progress. All right, well, maybe reloading it will do something. We shall see. If not, we might just have to do a little more research on this one. Alright, I don't think it'll matter, but we won't skip the cutscene this time. We'll just play all the way through it. And we shall see. Plus, we get to see trippy trees this way. Forget how long these are when you're wanting to get through them quick. I wouldn't think skipping it would break anything, but who knows. Alright, let's get our drink on here. This is a long cutscene. Trippy trees. We are one with the forest. I've never felt so one with the forest before. But we drank whatever the wizard just gave us. Okay. Let's go all in on this. We're going to go ahead and sleep again. That way that saves, so I don't have to redo that. And it looks like our house upgrade is done. So we can get that going as well. Let's see. Wakey, wakey. All right, got that rolling. Yeah, that doesn't look to be the new one, so. Pantry, crafts room, spring foraging bubble. Should be 1 horseradish, 1 daffodil, 1 leek, 1 dandelion, and 1 spring onion. And it has not updated, so I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on this one. Let me make sure there's not something. Is Content Patcher running? That could be an issue. Let me see. Content Patcher is running. That's the only requirement I see. Increase until winter. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure why this one doesn't seem to be opening up. Let me check the discussion here. It's on for me. In All right, let me check to see if I'm getting any errors. Don't. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure on this one. Let's see if the other ones are supposed to be different. Winter foraging. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there should be a holly added to that one as well. Okay, I'm not going to stress this too much. I'm not sure why it's not triggering. Last thing we'll try here. So we have saved this day. We've been to the community center. Let's go ahead and save one more time. And then we'll come back. Some mods don't work until a certain thing is saved. I'm not saying that's what's going on here. But we'll try to give it the benefit of the doubt, because this mod author does some good stuff. Make sure there's nothing else that looks like it needs to be on. Legacy, legacy, legacy. I've got Cellar, community center bundles. Has config. Coops and Barns, farm cave, cave forage, greenhouse. Yeah, everything looks good. All right, we'll give this one last shot, and if not, we'll move on to the next. This is one that I don't know. Not sure if I would use this one or not. Basically, from what I could tell reading through the description, is it just adds more items to the bundle to slow you down a little bit, right? So if it's something you're looking for, it could be used, but that's completely up to you. We have still not gotten the Easter egg on the load screen. At least not on... I've gotten it before, but not on stream. Alright, we'll give this one its last shot. If not, we're moving on. Nope. Alright, well, let's try this then. It should open up another area, and we'll check that area as well. And if it's working, then it's some kind of weirdness. If it's not, something is out of whack. Could be a conflict with some of the other mods. Not sure. Again, I don't think there is... anything in here. Nope. Alright. Spring crops. That also doesn't look to be changed. That should be parsnip, green bean, cauliflower, potato, kale, and strawberry. So, okay. So I'm going to put a question mark on this one. There's something not working. Could be on my side. Let's do refresh here. I saw one mod that's out of date that needs to be updated, but it shouldn't be impacting this, I don't think. Okay, why is it acting all funky? It's probably acting funky because we're playing right now. Yeah, it's not showing me a whole lot. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll do our last reset. I'm just going to relaunch my mod manager and we'll see what happens. And if this doesn't fix it, we'll move on to the next one. I don't think so. Is that required? If that's it, then that's probably the problem. I didn't read through it very well. I just installed it and played. So yeah, if you have to have remix bundles on. Okay, cool. Thank you. Everybody give Deb a big round of applause. So that's why it's not working. Cool. That's exactly why we test this stuff. So let's relaunch then. We'll just start another new farm. I figured it was something like that. There was something I missed. Like I said, I'll almost always blame myself as the user over the mod author. Not that some mods aren't broken, but I figured there was something I was missing. Okay, what we'll do is we'll keep testing what we're doing right now. When we get done with this, we'll fire up a new save with remixed bundles just so we can see it. It's not a big change. Like I said, it just adds to each one. But I wanted to be complete with this mod author because she's done some amazing work here. So, okay, we'll move on from those. Next thing we need is the greenhouse, so we'll go ahead and cheat our way to the greenhouse. Since the bundles aren't going to be changed. I was going to do the bundles on our way to the greenhouse. That was kind of my plan. But we can just cheat our way to this. Let's see. So we need the greenhouse. All right, next on the list then. So you guys know what the greenhouse looks like. Get ready. Get ready for crazy here. So this is the new greenhouse. Let's go left first. So we have got, I don't know, more planting than you could do on a full farm. This one definitely set up for quality sprinklers. Okay, it doesn't look like... Oh, nope, it's not tilled. Do things in order. There we go. So there we go. Yeah, we can plant out a season. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have 30 plots in here. And holy cow, you can put trees in the non-spots. That's huge. Oh yeah, I did 6x5 twice, yes. So 60 plots, so. Okay, that's one room. Let's go this way. I believe this is the one where you can only get trash. I don't think this actually will work for fishing. Unless you just want trash. Come on. Oh, I am wrong. There is fish in here. Okay. Somewhere, one of the lakes is a trash-only lake. Perfect. All right, let's take a look and see. First off, just look around. So this one, yeah, definitely feels set up for iridium. I'm gonna guess that. Okay, we can plow all the grass, so you can do kind of whatever you want in here. All right, so if you wanted, honestly, I don't know that you'd ever have to have farming outside with this greenhouse. That is an incredible amount of space to farm. Alright, we'll put it back to stock here. Yeah, that is, and again, if you tilled it all up, it definitely feels like, though, it's designed, the intention anyway. Let's go ahead and yep, so there's your 5x5 plot, right? So that's kind of the, I think, the design. And again, that would perfectly fit an iridium sprinkler. So I'm guessing that's the design. But if you wanted to go all in on this, you could. Okay, so holy cow, completely configure that however you want. I'm going to guess again, same thing here. Yep, out of season, and in season is fine. And then I believe this also is going to not allow any bee stuff. Oh, that's different. 3 days, 20 hours. It should be 4 days, so we'll test that later. All right, then we've got the other side. So this is the east side, which is duplicate to the west side. So 60 more plots in here. So it's 120 quality plots. You've technically got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14 as designed, but holy cow, could you put a lot more in here if you wanted to. And this is yet a whole nother room that we haven't seen yet. So, okay, so far we have the west side with 60 plots. We've got the east side at 60 plots. We've got a north side. I assume this goes to that middle area. Yep, we'll come back to that. We haven't even looked at that. We've got the north side here, which feels like it's supposed to be outside. We shall see. And there's a basement. This is bigger than like the whole farm, so. Okay, so here we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 21, 42 plots here. So that's 102 quality plots. 103, 104, 105, 106 quality plots. 16 more iridium plots. And you can put trees down. As you should, right? Is this the basement? Okay, so that's a whole nother room. So we came in. So this should be the entrance. Yep. You've got this room. You've got the room to the north. You got the east room and the west room. And then off this center room, we have a basement, which is just massive. And I'm going to guess yep, and we can put casks in here. So honestly, you could almost do a playthrough if you had everything delivered to you and never leave this greenhouse. There's so much space in this thing that you could do pretty much everything you need to do. I mean, I guess you can't put a building in here, so you couldn't raise cows and stuff. You'd have to do that outside, but everything else... Okay, that's just... I'm not sure what... like, this farm is huge. This, I don't know. Does it, like... There we go. That is, let's see, this is 16, actually it's 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, probably 14, 15, 13, 26, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, we'll call it 39 north to south. If we look at... how big is one of these plots? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 20. So these are probably 20 by 20, which means if you take 2 of these plots, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the main farm. 8 of those plots are equivalent. This is probably equivalent to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would say this greenhouse, just these 4, not counting the basement, just those 4 are pretty equivalent to this section of the map, right? Not counting here, and this top section, but these 8 plots of grass here, not counting even the roads, but the 8 plots of grass are about the same amount of space as these 4 levels, roughly. Tapper trees, ponds. Yeah, absolutely. You don't need it, right? You don't need a lot of the buildings. So this is massive. And then again, this is just a whole nother area. But now, obviously, the outside you have, if you wanted to just absolutely plow everything up and make the biggest crop farm, if you're not doing that with Junimos, I don't know what to do, but this is huge. You never have to leave the greenhouse. Okay, let's see. What else is on our list? We haven't done the cellar yet. We've done the Coops and Barns. We'll come back to the community center bundles. That's the greenhouse. We've done the cave. So let's go get our house upgrade done so we can check out the cellar. We have one more upgrade to do, I think. Nope, there's our cellar. All right. All right, here we go again. Where does this take us? Okay, so both both north entrances, it's so big they gave you a second exit, which is pretty good. So the original cellar was what? Probably to here and to about here. So we're going to call this at least twice as big as the original cellar on the first floor. Second floor. All right, let's see. Is there more? Right, no. So what are we looking at here? Plowable. All right, definitely set up to be iridium sprinkler friendly. These are set to be probably quality sprinkler friendly. All right, what about these here? Does it map out? Yeah, I think these are built pretty close. I don't think north to south is going to be quite right. No, you're one strip off north to south. But honestly, you know, quality sprinklers work just about as well. You're giving up... So we got 6. So you're giving up 9 crops on a quality versus iridium. Now the question is, not that, so here's something else to consider. Like, my brain automatically goes to, how can I absolutely maximize my space? You don't really need to. There's so much space in these areas that it's kind of like you can waste a little bit of space, but in the interest of science, I don't want that one there. Yeah, not quite, but we'll see. So what kind of madness we can get done here. Yeah, you can't quite run that one, so... Okay, so even trying to stack these, you're still going to have your 6. So there's no point in trying to do something like that. Pressure nozzles would change things, right? What can we do with pressure nozzles? But again, like I said, it's kind of weird to be thinking about trying to get this, like, to save like 3 crops. But let's try it. Because you have so much, just so much space. A ridiculous amount of space. Okay, so theoretically we could put one here. Let's try it a little bit more legit. I think that's going to be just one short. Yeah, we'd have to strip down the center. But you could... Oh, that's really close. That's just 2. But you still have to put in... You could get down to 3 pretty easily. Right? That'd be only giving up 3. But again, that's a lot of investment just for 3 more crops in there. No kidding, right? And that's what I'm saying. I think that does free you up the idea of just going for looks, because it's like, even if you just put in all quality sprinklers in here, it would be fine. Okay, the last crazy test version I guess we'll do here. And this is in your own basement. We haven't even gotten to, like, if you think about it, if you're running that greenhouse, everything we're doing here basically doesn't even matter. Let's put one there. So yeah, this is just ridiculous amounts of overkill, honestly. All right, what are we at? Can't quite get it down to 1. I think we can get it to 2 here pretty easily. But it's going to be, it would go to there and to there. We'd have 2 strips with pressure nozzles. So we'd have to put a second in. So you can get it down to 2 if you really wanted to. Is that investment worth giving up just 4 plots for crops? Probably not. And again, keep in mind, this is in your basement, right? We're not talking about, yeah, this would not be worth it to me, I don't think. And then I'm going to assume we can just cover the floor down here. Yeah, honestly, if you were going for like maximum, let's get crazy, with the automate mod, you could fill this entire basement up with casks, and then your entire greenhouse with ancient fruit, and you could make billions. It'd be insane. Okay. So that is the legacy cellar. All right, so let's do a quick recap on what we've got going here. So the legacy farm. Legacy farm is this area, right? We've got a quarry. We've got more land than you're probably going to be able to. You can plow this whole thing. So, again, crop space, not an issue. We go to the west side here. We have got a replenishable hardwood, replenishable trees. All these trees will grow back. This is also a forageable area, so you can forage in this area as well. And from what I could tell, debris doesn't really like to respawn out here very much. All right, then we've got, this area down here. Again, you could plant, you could build a tree farm. Grass does grow down here. You could turn this into put your animals down there, do whatever you want. Again, we saw the quarry. Then there's an east side. So this one has more plantable space. You can till all of this. You cannot remove the fences. They're permanent. This isn't even your greenhouse. You've got this giant building. You can put casks in here. You can put the garden pots in here. But it does have a basement that acts like a greenhouse. So this has greenhouse abilities, which means trees out of season, you can plant stuff out of season. This is just part of the legacy farm. So this is not any additional mods. That's all in the first legacy farm mod. If you're playing completely vanilla, your cave would be normal. Your greenhouse would be normal. You do have up here this little tree house. It also has places to plant stuff that acts like a greenhouse. And the ability to warp places. So this one will go to the beach, to Ginger Island. We've got the mountains and the desert. And this one, because I chose the vanilla version, will go to the sewer and to the secret woods. There are other versions that change these warp spots to other things. So you can get different versions of those. So make sure you pick the right one. Then up here, behind the waterfall, there is changing to your swimsuit. Hide behind the waterfall. And this acts like the spa. Right, so you can see that our energy is going back up. All refreshed. So all of that is in the... Oh, and then this minecart comes down to here. All that's in the actual, just the legacy farm. So if you only want to install the legacy farm, and it has some requirements of things that you need to install, that'll get you through that. Let's see. Let us unlock the boiler room here. Okay, it's gotten late, so we'll go ahead and go to sleep. Make it daytime again. And for right now, we'll just turn time off. Okay, then, in addition to that, if you want to install the Legacy Cave, we have got more farming areas, more forageables. We chose the fruit bats, but it looks like we're getting forageables everywhere. It unlocks a weapon for you. This also has a basement, which also has forageables in it. And then this has its own 10 more hardwood spots and a small little quarry here. So this is all in the cave. We just unlocked the minecarts, so now we can travel if we want to. Although you can't travel back, doesn't look like. So you can get to the mines, but you can't get back to your cave, from what I can tell. Alright, so that's the cave. Another mod is the updated greenhouse, and we just went through this, so you've got a huge east wing, a large, we won't call this one huge, a large northern wing, a huge west wing, and a huge / giant central section. And then that also has a basement unto its own, which just is monstrous. This, like I said, this greenhouse almost doubles. It probably makes your farm 75% bigger, and this is already a giant farm. Right, this farm is, map size is really, really big. Okay, so there we've got the legacy. The last thing then is a separate mod, is Legacy Coops and Barns. So again, that increases the size of the normal coop. This one pretty much stays the same. And then the deluxe coop adds this second room. And then that pattern repeats itself for the barns. Again, makes the stock one bigger. Some visual upgrades to the second one. And then the third one adds that bottom room. Okay, so Legacy Cellar, Legacy Coops and Barns, Legacy Greenhouse, Legacy Farm Cave are all additional mods. So, the one we didn't get to work because I didn't set it up correctly is the Legacy Bundles. So let's go take a look at that. And then we will load up the Deserted Island farm, which is a whole different deal. Actually, we need to start anew. Let's start new here. All right, we'll skip the intro. All right, so for this one, we're just going to race our way to the bundles of the community center. We're not even going to really clear the farm. So, we need to get to day 5. All right. Let's see if we can get there without clearing everything. All right, we'll skip that. All right, so we should get our, we can't read this, going. And again, all the stuff we had running before is still running, right? So if and when we unlock our greenhouse, it would be there. You know, this is here from the beginning, even though we don't have our mushrooms or our bats. Still get your sword. Obviously, the mine carts aren't going to be working. So, if you can get fruit and mushrooms and everything, does it matter which of the two that you pick? Because then you might as well pick, I guess, the mushroom one and get the dehydrator. I don't know. Let's get our letter from the wizard. All right, we're just going to skip that. Now this should... Nope, you know what? I messed this up. I didn't do the thing that I had to do with the new save. All right, let's try this one more time. Explorer the 4th. More bundles. New games. Alright, we need to come in here. And we have to turn this to remixed. There we go. Okay. Now we're set. Yeah, mushrooms would make sense. You get the guaranteed mushrooms if you're already getting the other stuff. Now, does all fruit spawn there, or is it only seasonal? Because if it's only seasonal, then maybe the fruit bats would be nice, but... So yeah, I suppose the mushrooms then would get you the dehydrator for free. Let us out. Let us out. I can't remember if you actually have to come in here and look at this to trigger it, but we're going to be better safe than sorry. All right, we'll get our wizard letter. Yeah, I thought so. That's why we're... All right, Willie's back. Remove the landslide. Wizard wants to see us. All right. If I did it all correctly this time, what we should see are more difficult bundles. So there you go. So it's added the spring onion to that one. It's added the holly to that one. I can't remember, but either it's either added to or made them so they're all required. That one is definitely more difficult. Summer foraging is fine. All right, so let's go ahead and knock ourselves out a couple of these so that we can see. Dandelion, daffodil, spring onion. All right, so that opens up that, and then I think we have to do a second one to open up the others. We might not get to them all here, but winter root, crystal fruit, snow yam. Oops. Crystal fruit. Crocus, snow yam, and holly. All right, so there's the boiler room, maybe? Or the vault? Yeah, there's the boiler room. Is it another one for the community billboard? Oh, we got Suber. Grape, spiceberry, and sweet pea. Sweat. Sweat pea. You don't want a sweat pea. All right, I'm going to check I'm going to guess that the vault doesn't change. Pantry, fish tank, boiler room, bulletin board. Yeah, there's nothing listed on the... Yeah, the vault doesn't... It's not even listed, so I think we've got them all now. All right. Take a quick peek here. Spring crops. Again, I think it added one. Definitely filled that in. Master Artisan. And I think on a lot of these, you need some of this stuff, but you have choices. This is making you do all of it. This is definitely going to add time. I still think so far it'd be tough. I still think you could get through so far everything in a year. I'm not seeing anything that's just like that's going to be horrible. Actually, in a weird way, it removed the quality crops one. You'd have to put animals in. Duck feather and rabbit's foot are toughish, but I've gotten both of those in the first year before. Truffle might be a little rough. You'd have to get the truffle before the end of fall because your pig wouldn't get it in the winter. You'd have to rush on the truffle. So far, I'm not seeing anything that's like, I can't do that in a year, but it would be much tougher. And again, I think the same thing here. It's just more fish. That one was rough. So instead of making things like only do some of a certain thing, you get them all. Okay, that doesn't look horrible. Yeah, that one's not. This adding of iridium makes this one... Ugh, that makes that one rough. Slime Batwing. That's not bad. Alright, that one, the iridium edition there is difficult. Because you'd have to get the vault going pretty early to get out to the desert. Alright, let's see what's in this one. Hey Jojo, how you doing? Caviar, squid ink are rougher. The rest of those aren't horrible. Same thing here. None of that's tough, but you just have more of it. Spaghetti salad, fried mushroom, pepper poppers. That one might be a little rough. That's a rough bundle. Oh, more cooking. Fish stew, pumpkin stew. Okay. This bulletin board. Pumpkin, ancient fruit, another rabbit's foot, another duck feather. Okay, this bulletin board's definitely tougher. Joja Colas for everybody? I don't disagree. Okay. I think definitely a larger challenge, but not so crazy hard that it's ridiculous. So I think this is, if you're looking for a tougher set of bundles, like we did our remix bundles on our last one, and we got through the remix bundles as fast, if not faster, than we do the normal bundles. This would be a challenge to do in a single year. I think you could get most of it. The bulletin board and the boiler room are potentially. Now, I don't know the recipes well enough. Like, if there's any of these recipes you don't get in the first year, that could really make things difficult. As long as you got all the recipes, you'd have to really pay attention to, like, I need to get friendship with this person because they give me this recipe. You'd have to really, really dig into these two bundles. These two cooking bundles could be rough, for sure. Okay, I think that's it for this one. So we've covered pretty much all of the legacy stuff. So let's go ahead and reset ourselves, but before we do, I owe you guys a 20 like chicken rave. Let's get that going. I think we start with Emily's last time. Let's get ourselves a little bit of pirate action going today. There we go. Okay. Oops. There we go. Let's move me over there. Let's turn that off. Let's get the chickens going. I see 22 likes. Thank you guys so much. We do appreciate it. Let's see. I'm feeling piratey. Junimo pirates? Are Junimo pirates a thing? There we go. I'm gonna go with Junimo pirates. Arr. All right, let's crank it up. Rock and roll. Who knew? Who knew chicken raving would become a thing? All right, all right, all right. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and get out of rave mode. Get everything cranked back up and turned back on here. I need to go over there. You need to go there. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to go out and reset to the Deserted Island mod, which is another mod by the same author, but unrelated to what we just did. So we'll go ahead and go get that set up. We will be right back. Welcome back, welcome back. Leave it to Nancy to get a tractor flute. Okay. Not load. We need to make another new farm. Alright, so this one we're going to go to the beach farm, because this replaces the beach farm. I don't know. Let's do pirate. Jack, I guess. Go kind of a Jack Sparrow things. Alright, we're going to skip the intro on this one as well. I've done a gray cat before. Let's do that one. Alright, let's see. What makes us look like a pirate? Maybe. You can go with a little emo-y pseudo mohawk. Could go crazy hair. That looks like somebody who's been shipwrecked. So there's two versions of this. The first one that we have right now, I don't think is meant to be a isolation type of thing. There we go. We'll go green. The second one is kind of like a challenge mode, and it's designed, or it's kind of designed to you don't interact with the world, from what I can tell. All right. We are on the beach, and we're about to see if I loaded everything up correctly or not. All right, so probably gonna have to dig the tractor out again, but let's just take a look at this beast. Okay, so we've got, looks like the top side here. I don't know if, oh, there's little boats. All right, so it looks like you can unlock areas, I think, with these little boats. I'm seeing a lot of beach. Some potential areas up here that you could do stuff with. There's our greenhouse. All right. Well, let's start looking around. First thing I see is another little house here. So let's go ahead and get our tool situation dealt with here. 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, probably don't need the pan. And get rid of all of that stuff. All right, let's see what we can get to. What's this? All right, where did that take us? Okay, that took us over here. Okay, so that is our escape to to the north. Okay, interesting. So that basically takes us over here, which gets us up to the backwoods. It also makes the door sound, which is kind of fun. Okay, so we have, it looks like a little, I guess a greenhouse-like place. Get some parsnips and some pumpkins. And it does behave like a greenhouse. Yep, not bad for iridium. The center's not ideal for quality sprinklers, but it works. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh, pick that one back up. And then north, south. Yeah, not horrible. Okay, so we got this little greenhouse. I don't see any other doors or something, but an immediate greenhouse is kind of nice. Oh, wait, there is another door. All right. What can we do in this room? Okay, so manufacturing, I guess. But doesn't look like you can plant anything in here. Okay, so we have a little greenhouse with a... I don't know if it's a basement or a roof. But nice little shed up there. Okay. Let us see. Let's go to the west and we'll work our way across. So we're going to go ahead and... we'll just try to clear the paths here. I don't know if that takes us anywhere. Alright, let's just clear the path out and then we'll go exploring. Okay, that appears to be the cave. So some of these things are blocked off, it looks like. So it's definitely one where you'd have to open up. Like here, you couldn't get through here. What's that rock? And why can't I break it on the track? Oh, okay. So to get up here would be a little bit later, right? You wouldn't be able to start up there? Okay. Let's go west first. So up here, again, you have to open this up. I don't really see anything up here that is... Oh, wait, there's a... Okay, I think it just opens up the space. So not like any hidden areas, but I'm gonna guess this is probably plowable. tillable, I guess. Yep, there we go. Okay, so breaking that gives us tillable. Also, I'm going to guess this will work with sprinklers. Whereas I'm going to say that if it works like the beach farm... Okay, it's allowing us to put sprinklers down here. Interesting. Okay, I don't know if that's supposed to happen. Nope, I think we broke something. I don't believe we are where we're supposed to be. Okay, so we broke out of the map. Let's see if we can get back onto the map. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think that's by design. Let's see if we can do it again. That would just be a little bit of a glitch. Oh, now we're up here, which is, again, a place I don't think we're supposed to be. Okay. We got ourselves back onto the farm. So there is something going on over here. It is letting us out of the map. I think this is supposed to be the edge of the map, though, right? But there is something here that lets you get off the edge of the map. Okay, nothing behind that waterfall. Don't see anything behind that waterfall. Okay, so this is our companion place here. We've got our dog stuff, cat stuff there. Another waterfall. Alright, can't get behind that one. Alright, that doesn't take us anywhere either. Okay, anything else on this north side? Oh, there's still a waterfall up there. How do we get up there? Oh, okay. From here? Alright, so this gives us access to our greenhouse. We'll pop out that stump just to see if it comes back. Alright, again, this was, I also believe, blocked off to start with. Very multi-layered here. It's a lot of places that you have to work to get to. Okay, so did we check behind that waterfall over there? I can't remember. Definitely not as, I'm going to use the word beachy. Beachy as the other one. Yeah, I don't think we can get to this. No, we can't get back there. At least not legitimately. Okay, let's keep working our way around to the south here. Don't know what that is. Again, this is probably meant to be blocked off. Need the higher end tools to get to here. What's this? The Lost Orchard. Okay, I'm assuming we're down at the bottom now. Looks like it. Oh, there's a boat there. Alright, so that one goes to there. I'm going to say that one goes to there. There's one there. Probably goes to there. All right, so we're down here. Okay. Same thing here. You know, this stuff is not meant to be here from the beginning. Holy cow. This looks to be absolutely packed. But I'm going to say it's probably farmable. Let's see if we can get some of this cleared out. Okay, for some reason, our tractor... break flooring, clear weeds, clear tile, boulders and meteorites. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we can get anywhere else here. But man. This is definitely tightly packed in here. Alright, and... yep, tillable. Obviously, it's outside, so only in-season crops. Okay. So again, you would need a higher-end tool set to get here. So this is an area you open up as you go. Let's go ahead and make it daytime again. All right, so what's this one? Okay, so this is the bus stop. Okay. Now, obviously, this is not going to look any different on this map. Yeah, it's kind of the beach thing. So it's designed to be a farm. You're just taking boats out to your island. Now, I didn't see... oh, we still... is there one more down here? This has got to be Cinder Sap, I bet. Yep. So this is your Cinder Sap exit, which is here. So the backwoods, the bus stop, and Cinder Sap, and then this is connected to the other. Okay. Let's go ahead and cheat our way up to a couple of things here. Because I want to see... I know the greenhouse is a version of something here, so we'll turn the greenhouse on. And let's go ahead and just warp ourselves home. So I think, if I understand it correctly, so I've uninstalled all of the legacy stuff. So the legacy legacy greenhouse, the legacy cave, all that stuff I've turned back off. We might have to sleep for that to turn itself on. Oh, no, that did it. Just had to reload the level. Okay. Okay, so that is the normal greenhouse. Let me look. I know that the deserted island has some stuff, lighter versions of some stuff. So let's see, deserted island. Here we go. Special features: rowboats, connect you small greenhouse hut. So it's got the second greenhouse. So it's got that unlockable forest and forage area, a smaller edited version of the legacy cave. So let's go see if we can find that. So the greenhouse is normal, but we do have that additional greenhouse, right, that we found right at the beginning. And we didn't have to do anything to get to this, right? I don't know if that's meant to block it, but it's not. We're getting in here. So we got this greenhouse to start with this extra space right at the beginning. Now, it may or may not always be available. If this was positioned slightly differently, maybe not. All right, we still haven't found the cave, though. Where's the cave? There's the cave. Okay, so this one has a different sword. So we got the forest sword instead of the Neptune's glaive. A little bit weaker. It's got the ore, but isn't there a... It's like a level smaller. I think the Legacy had 3 levels. This only has 2. Also, I don't think that... Yeah, and this has been taken away. So you don't get the refresh as well. But still, a very, very, very functional cave. That we don't have access to yet. Minecarts. So much like the other one, we can go to places we're allowed to right now. We don't have the quarry, we don't have the mines unlocked yet, but okay. So let's look around. We didn't find anything hidden behind. So you got ocean fish and river fish. So I'm guessing you can fish in this river, that river, maybe there. Obviously you can fish in the ocean. All grass and sand dirt is tillable and sprinklers will work on the beach. Okay, so that has changed. Take a dip in the ocean. Oh, okay, I remember seeing this. So the cave that we had to do the replenishing of our energy has been replaced. And I also believe this is something... Yeah, I think it's right here. I think you have to be able to break these logs, maybe? Yeah, you have to be able to get to there. And then this will give you your energy. So again, you have to be high enough level to get access to it. But once you do, you've also got the energy replenish here. Quit moving around and I'll heal. So again, not something you'll have right at the beginning, right? You have to... This one's steel? No, this one's gold, I think. The stumps are steel, so these big logs are gold. So that wouldn't be something you get right away. But it's there. Alright, anything else? Okay, an interesting map, actually. A little bit isolationist. Right? Let's go ahead and clear this beast and let's just see how much farming you could actually do on it. It feels tight. It really does. So let's go ahead and crank stuff up here. Get this beast cleared. Actually, that opens up quite a bit, actually. This is a bigger area than I would have given it credit for. That's actually not too bad. A decent amount of space over here. So that terrace is okay. This terrace... Not bad. That terrace isn't bad. Probably get coconuts right away. Which is kind of nice. I'm pretty sure our inventory is full here. Let's see. Hey, we got Woody's secret. All right. 600 wood. Okay, let's see. Can't drive by my own motorcycle. Okay, I think we've cleaned out the main island. Alright, let's till it. See what we got. I'm going to say underneath that greenhouse is probably tillable. Let's move it. Find out. Wakey, wakey! Wake up, Robin. Uh-oh, we broke Robin. Why won't Robin wake up? I've reset the day. She might have gone to bed. And this won't be enough to trigger it because we got pretty late in the day. So here's what we're gonna do. We will, I don't want to undo what we just did. So we'll crash. Wow, 5 levels of foraging, 6 levels, 7 levels of foraging just from clearing the farm. Okay, let's set this to... Honestly, a cheat I'd like to get would be... Actually, I don't think oh, I could do this, maybe. I could potentially do the work from here. I don't know. Robin shop. I haven't used this one as much. Robin build. Okay, I want to test this now. Because if this works, it'll make testing a lot easier. So let's warp ourselves back home. And from here, can I access the Robin build menu? Whether she's there or not probably wouldn't matter. Robin shop. Where did it go? It was just there. Bob room, visit back. Sandy shop, fish shop. Pierre, blacksmith, animal shop. I've lost it. Weren't we just looking at it? Taylor, prize machine, Robin shop, blacksmith, pets, adventure, walnut room, shipping bin, dye pots, bobber machine, blacksmith. Well, so much for this test. Shop, animal, restaurant. No, I don't see it there. It's not out here, is it? Okay, that was weird. Okay, it's on the list when we're in here. So maybe you have to be here to get it to work? Well, I might have just messed this up because now... Okay, maybe you just have to be in here whether Robin's here or not. Doesn't matter. So, okay. Let us move this. Where's the warp in point? Oh, this might be a problem. That was weird. Okay, we can't move that. Okay, it's not letting me move my house. Now, is this because of the mod that we use to access this menu? Let's go ahead and try that again. Legitimately. So we're just going to come back here. I'll find out if that is the mod itself, the map itself, or that menu we were using. All right. All right, Robin, go to work. We'll sit here patiently and wait. Yeah, I think the house is... You're not supposed to move the house. It won't let me move the house. Because notice also the mail icon didn't change. Okay. Well, we won't move the house then. So where would you logically put your greenhouse? Back here would be nice. Like, because that's already a greenhouse. Can't put it there. Let's see if we can get around it there. I'm not sure if we can or not. Okay, the other thing that we'll test here then. Let's just get ourselves a farm warp totem. And we'll use that to get home, see where it takes us. Oh, okay, so it's up here by the... Those is all combined in an area. Okay. Let's see. Can we get around the back? We can. Can't get around the front, but... let's get a non-rainy day. Let's sleep one more time. All right, back on the tractor. Back in the house. Back on the tractor. Okay, let's go again here. Let's till out this farm. Yeah, so this would actually be a decent place to put crops. Could also put maybe your greenhouse over here in the corner, I guess. Okay, so that's a non-tillable square. Oh, I didn't notice that before with all the trees. Okay, this is kind of cool. So you've got your beach level. You got this first terrace up, but it actually lets you out the back side here. Right? So it's almost like a hill that would go back down there, I guess. And then you got your next kind of terrace up that takes you to your farm level. And then these terraces up are actually elevated, so while there are these terraces, it's not really all that vertical. And pretty easy to get, once you get this cleared out, it's pretty easy to get up and down there. Alright, let's get this cleared out. Alright, that's a pretty significant amount, but again, this would be locked out early on. So you'd have to unlock this as you get better tools. But that's a significant... You just collect clay all day this way. How much clay do you want? Okay, anyway. Okay, let's see. Yeah! Oh, we missed a section. Alright, let's get up there. Check that out. But yeah, by and large, because you can till and plant on the beach, that's just a pretty significant amount of planting. The map is huge, but look how much of it is water. Like, arguably this is all kind of wasted space, but it's supposed to make you feel like you're out on an island, right? So you can get to the mainland. We've got 1, 2, 3 spots. It's kind of meant to be you're out here by yourself. Let's go check. I suppose you could theoretically till this out. Yeah, we can plant out here. Okay. Yeah, it works. So are they all that way? I think you'd be pretty desperate for space if you're planting there, but you theoretically could. Okay, these trees, not choppable. And again, this should just take us to Cinder Sap. Okay. Okay, so definitely tillable. Not a bad map. Again, very symmetrical. I think this author definitely likes things that are that have some symmetry to them. What do we got? That should be Grandpa's Shrine, right? Yeah, we've got Grandpa's Shrine there. And again, we still have access to a version of the cave. It's a smaller version. It's missing one floor, but we have ore. A lot of self-sufficiency here. Okay. The next thing we're going to do then, let's go ahead and save all of this progress. We got one more thing I want to try out. So what did we get to? We got to 7 in foraging and 2 in mining, just clearing the farm. Okay, she has a separate version. So how much did the farm recover itself? A decent amount. We're not going to go all the way through that, but okay, she's got a separate version of this called the challenge version. And this one is meant to be played with some modified rules as if you were deserted. You don't have access to the rest of the world. So let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'll get that all set up and we'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. I'll have everything copied. Now, when I tested this before, I don't think you can run the one we just did and the challenge edition at the same time. So I've had to do some file changing, deleting, and updating. And then let's fire this up and cross our fingers. I never really got to test this, so we're kind of doing something on the fly here. So I think they both are meant to kind of sit in the same space. So it's pick one or the other. Don't try to run them both at the same time. Let me pop up the authors. Let's see. We've got Desert Island and Farm Cave, and then we've got Deserted Island Challenge Edition. See description page. Okay, it's loading up in the background here. Challenge Edition. Here we go. Never leave the farm kind of challenge. Challenge Edition. Extra feature. Being able to access the mines. Let's go with mine level. The new enhanced skull cavern. And then some suggested rules. Okay, let's give this a shot. Now this one I'm intrigued with because I could see maybe doing a series like this. Let's just call this the Lost Island Farm. Isolation. I don't know if that's your favorite thing, but shipwrecked. All right, we definitely got to make this guy look like he's been lost at sea. Okay, it's a pretty number 22. I think is the bushiest of beards. Ooh, two maybe. Two or 22. That looks a little more well kept, so we're gonna go with 22. All right, this guy's been on the island for a long time, so we're gonna give him mostly gray hair. Let's see. Did we choose the wild man hair in our last one? That seems like a good shipwrecked haircut. Oh, that's got a lot of wild going to it. Let's go with that one. Okay, again, we have to choose the beach farm. I didn't see any other special things we had to set up. Yeah, we'll just keep him looking relatively normal in his farmer outfit. All right, so fundamentally, this should be a similar farm that we just looked at. It's just a different edition of that same farm. So we'll do a similar thing that what we just did. All right, let's go look around. This does feel like it was meant to block you, and it just doesn't work, so. Alright, that looks to be the same. I think most of the stuff's going to be the same, so let's go ahead and tractor up. Okay, that still gets us out. So let's go see. Now, it might be that those things still exist. You have to choose not to use them, I guess. All right, let's check out the cave. Okay, so this is different. So, in the challenge edition, what we have is we have this minecart that will get us to the mines, but we can't exit the mines. That's out of order right now. We need a... Probably don't need a bomb, right? Alright, we still have access to the dwarf. And then that takes us to the skull cavern. So you can still get to the mines, but never have to access the mainland. Now let's do a little bit of cheaty cheats here. Let's go ahead and open that. Open the mine carts, open the greenhouse. Okay, so they are still accessible. Alright, but it does make it so that if you wanted to never have to set foot in the real world, you can get to the skull cavern. I don't know how you would unlock the key. You'd have to build special rules, I think. But it gets you to the mines. Okay, I'm going to assume this is probably the same. Yep, this is looking to be the same. Got a banana already. Holy cow. Now, you'd have to ignore stuff like that if you were doing a playthrough. And again. Yep, we can still get our energy. This should still take us out here. Alright, that's the same. This all looks to be the same. Yeah, I don't think the map itself is any different, except for that minecart change. This will probably still take us to Cindersap. Yeah, so you'd have to, I think, if you were going to do this playthrough, you'd have to just not use these rowboats. That should still take us to the bus stop. Yep. Okay, let's make sure I didn't miss something, though. Challenge edition. Suggested rules. Cannot leave the farm for any reason. All resources must be gathered on island only. Have monsters spawn on the farm at night. Farm buildings, if wanted, had to be built with instant building, as you can't access Robin, but still need to required funds, materials. Tools can be upgraded as follows using CJB item spawner. You can't access Clint. You must trash the required bars first. Okay, so yeah, it still has the rowboats, but you just don't use them. So it looks like the biggest change this version won't be compatible with SVE or any other mods that change your mind. Okay. So yeah, it looks like it's basically the same exterior map. Let's go ahead and check. This should still just be a normal Yeah, normal greenhouse. Now, if you wanted to, I don't know if it might take away some of the challenge. You could probably add the legacy greenhouse if you wanted that on here. Although, again, you already have this one that's up there. I don't know why this exists over here. I think maybe in her video she was talking about that she was thinking about doing some expansions to this eventually, or at some point. And so these paths would take you somewhere else. It's just they don't do anything right now. So I could see anyway doing a playthrough on this one where you have to play as if you are on a deserted island, can never leave, and try to do everything from here. You'd have to take some liberties and some cheats, you know, again, like you still have to be able to upgrade and things like that. Again, the house doesn't look to be movable. And I think that one, again, should just take us to the backwoods. Yeah. All right, definitely interesting. So let's see. Let's go ahead and let's save. Seven levels of foraging. So let's reload it up with the legacy greenhouse. Farm, legacy greenhouse. Oh, we didn't check. Let's upgrade the house. I don't have the legacy cellar on. Let's upgrade the house and see if the cellar has changed any. I think it's the only thing we didn't look at. But I did turn on the legacy greenhouse. We'll see if that updates. Hey, Geeky, how you doing? Good to see you. Nope. What do you got on the agenda for today? It'd be Sunday morning for you, if I recall correctly. I saw you were streaming earlier today. Still more charity streams? How's that going? Okay, so there you go. If you wanted to, although this is a pretty nice place to be shipwrecked, I think running this mod with it honestly probably doesn't work. Like, again, this is the size of a giant farm. I don't feel shipwrecked anymore. I feel like I'm living in a mansion at this point, so probably wouldn't run that mod. But it does work if you want to run it. Same thing, you might be able to run the bigger cave. Let's check something here. Will the bigger cave override the smaller cave? So this one goes directly to the ore. So let's load up Legacy Farm Cave. And see if it overrides it or not. Or if they conflict with each other. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get those up and running. I know. Well, I mean, I went a couple of years where I barely streamed, so I don't want to count them. But my first year, if it wasn't for the people I work with donating, I don't think I would have made any money. Maybe I got a donation or two that weren't them, but it was mostly people I knew did all the donations. It wasn't until like the third or fourth year that we really started to get some traction. And even then, most of the donations came from people I knew. So. It's hard. It's hard to get people to find you and then be looking to donate and stuff like that. Keep it up though. Okay, so let's go to the cave now. Oh, interesting. We broke it. So, I mean, we've got fruit in this cave, which is weird because we haven't done anything. So it does not like... There must be a conflict between the two. Let's see. 2 content packs want to load the map's farm cave asset with the exclusive priority. Neither will be applied. You should remove one of the content packs or ask the authors about compatibility. Okay. So if you're running the challenge edition, you can't load up the legacy caves and try to get both. One won't override the other, so okay. That's the thing, right? Like, it's as long as you are enjoying it and getting some slow growth, it's worth it. All right, we'll let this one load back up. I don't even think I've mentioned the charity in tonight's stream. So I do stream for Extra Life on Saturdays. If you've been paying attention to the chat, you can see it, but you can find my link in the description of the chat down below. It will give you access to my donation page, which again, we haven't really talked about a ton. Okay, let's see if we fix the cave, and then we'll see if the cellar's any different. And if it is or isn't, we'll see if we can load the cellar mod. So we have some house upgrading to do here. All right, I don't see any errors popping up this time. Forageables all over the map, though. Okay, so it reloaded the correct thing there. So what we need to do next is we need to get some house upgrades. We've got wood, we've got some stone. Should be good to go. All right, let's try. Yeah, if we're not in the shop, it takes that menu away. So I think that menu is just, if Robin's not there, it'll let you do it. So let's go ahead. Did we give ourselves a key? Actually, can we get access to... I don't think the house upgrade is in here. Robin build is that. Robin shop is that, but the house upgrade I don't think is on here. So let's wake up Robin. We'll catch her on our way by. Pretty sure we have enough stone. I don't even know if we need stone. Might just be wood. Yeah, just wood. All right, we got to give ourselves some money. You don't have enough money. I don't want to hear that. There. Now I do. All right. We'll try mushrooms on this one. Wow, it gives a loading area message on every single time you save. All right, we have our new house. Ready, break. Everybody go. All right, time to sleep some more. So yeah, it'd be interesting because you couldn't really do community center or Joja. I'm not sure what the goals would be if you tried to do a shipwrecked type of playthrough. Because it wouldn't make any sense to be getting either the Jojas or the community center bundles done. I'd have to think about it. Like, what would be your goals? And could you actually upgrade your house or not? Because theoretically, you could suspend a little disbelief and just say you did the work, not Robin. If you spent the resources. Okay, so it is the standard cellar on the house. So let's go ahead and... let's add the legacy cellar. See if they conflict with each other. They might. All right, here we go. But yeah, you'd have to set some other goals. Like to get all your skills maximized. You couldn't go to the mastery cave, right? That wouldn't exist technically. Okay, so you can load the legacy cellar if you wanted to. Again, if you were doing a shipwrecked type of thing, the house upgrade probably wouldn't happen anyway. So I guess you would never get the cellar, so... We'll rearrange our house, make it look a little nicer. Okay, but I think it could be a fun playthrough. Starting to see a lot of forageables pop up. So we've got mushrooms, taro tubers, mushroom, some beach stuff, coral, I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the, like from the beach farm. It's one of the, what you call it? It's the shipwrecky things. Well, that's kind of cool. So you get kind of the crates that wash up on the shore. So those are available. So it's kind of like a hybrid beach farm, really. Depending on how you wanted to play it. Alright, last thing we'll do here, and then I think we'll probably start to wrap up for today. Let's go ahead and just sleep through the month. And then we'll time warp to look at it in different different seasons, but I want to see what how the island recovers. Right, we cleared everything. Let's see what grows where, how our forageables go. Actually, we'll stop next Saturday because that should be the end of the week for forageables, and we'll see what it looks like. Because I think they reset on Sundays. Alright, while we're doing this, let's start some conversation. If you've been here the whole time, would you play either of these farms? Or would you play your normal farm with some of the additions? Right, the different cellar or different whatever it happens to be. Let's see, how do you spell calico? Calico, is that right? I haven't used the wiki hardly at all today. There we go. What's the name of the... Is it Calico Jack? Isn't that the name of the what you call it? The card game out in the casino? I think it is. Alright, well, it's raining, but I don't want to reset again. Alright, looks like we've got some beach forageables, some horseradish. Grass has started to grow back in, but it doesn't look like it has gone... Yeah, that first map is monstrous. Is that an orange? Yeah. Okay, we're getting all kinds of forageables here. Yeah, it is a big map. There's another package washed up on the shore. Some grass, lots of mushrooms. Again, is that seaweed? Yeah, seaweed. Alright, so we have our mushrooms that spawned in there. Yeah, in a weird way, it almost feels cheaty because it is so big. Right? It's like some of the challenge goes away just because you have such a big area. Alright, we've got flowers, we've got mushrooms. Ore. Now, I think this ore changes as you level. So as your skill goes up, I believe this starts to change over from copper to iron to gold and so forth. What is that one? That's a mussel. So you can pull some mussels out here as well. That's a geode. Bunch of geodes. Another mushroom. Oh, some. Do these respawn? Alright, let's see if these respawn or not. Alright, it's the 20th. Let's go ahead and push our way to the end of the month. We'll see what the island looks like, and then we'll... I like the slow time. I do have a mod that will change how time works. Well, imagine, because I'm running all around this place. Well, let's do this real quick. At the end of this save session here, I'll turn my speed boost off. And let's see just how long it does take to get to the bottom of the map. Let's get a stopwatch. Okay. We'll do that on the 28th. Because I know the beach farm is that way. It takes forever to run down to Cindersap. It's like over a minute, I think, is what I timed it out as. Oops, I rolled over to the next month, but that's okay. Okay, it's summer. So let's turn off our speed boost. Alright. Here we go. Oops. Let me move this over here. Can't go straight down. You have to go around, so... Oh, that's not Cindersap. Alright, let's try that again. We gotta go to the other one. Actually, let's look around while we're down here. Okay, it looks like these stumps regrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Got 12 hardwood stumps that regrew. And I suppose while we're down here, let's check the cave. And see if those rocks respawned or not. Yeah, so these rocks also respawn, so you've got, we'll call it infinite supply of hardwood and stone. Don't see like a tree grove like in the other map, but okay, we need to go to the right side this time. All right, here we go. It doesn't feel as bad as the beach farm, though. At least this one. The other map, though, we'll have to load that up and try to run across it. Yeah, that wasn't bad. 22 seconds. This map is big, but the landmass isn't horrible. Alright, let's take a look at some of the summer forageables. We got crates. 1, 2 crates up on the beach. There's another one. 3. We got mangoes. Alright, let's go through 7 days and then we'll check seasons. I watched 3 episodes when I was looking at these mods. This one was inspired by a Sharky series. It's I don't know, it's 1 to 3 years old, I can't remember. Where he did like a I'm shipwrecked playthrough. I don't know what map he was using. But it was an interesting playthrough. Okay, I see mushrooms. Some debris up here, but no forageables spawning up there. It looks like a cockle. Our inventory is not full. Yep. Some seaweed. We are getting weeds starting to spread. More mushrooms. It's like an apricot. Another crate, but some of those went away. There's one. All right, let's go ahead and check some of the seasons now. Looks a little odd in fall. How far can I swim? Oh, now we've done it. We're in our swimming bathing suit animation. Yeah, that left-hand side of the map has got some issues. Alright, let's see if we can fix this. There we go. Alright, let's see what winter looks like. Nice. Snow on the rowboats. That's kind of cool. Little tree bases look a little funky, but probably nothing. Okay. Interesting. I like the map overall, though. I think it's kind of a cool map. Wonder if you can swim all the way up there. I don't know why you would, but... yeah, you just can't go to the deep water. You should be attacked by sharks if you swim out there. Okay, there's the invisible northern wall. So. Alright, now what happens if I warp home? Will I keep my bathing suit on? Nope. All right, let's go ahead and save this. Oh, I may have triggered a few things since we've been skipping times. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here to my deserted island that nobody knows about. Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm going to reload the legacy farm real quick. Let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Got two things I want to try. So the legacy farm, I think, replaces the standard farm. So let's load up our perfection save and see what happens. This might be a disaster. Oh, I see an error. I can't get the... There it is. What's the error? 2 content packs. Oh, that's because I think I've got the... I've still got the... Okay, so here you can see the size of the original cellar, because that's my old cellar. Let's see. See if we can get out of here. There we go. So just to give you an idea how much bigger the cellar is. Now, how did it put this on the farm? Okay, so that gives you an idea. So here's my original farm, and it's pretty much full, right? So it's put that on top of the existing map, which is broken because the graphics are over the river and stuff. But just to give you an idea, this is the standard farm map, which is one of the larger maps. No, it's not large. Hold on. Let's look up the size. It's not as big as the beach farm. Yeah, because that farm right there is on the standard map, and it is basically edge to edge. There's not a whole lot of extra space I didn't use in that. Let's see, farm maps. So yeah, the standard farm is 5,120 by 4,160. So if you think about that, that is from left to right. Figure that's the edge right there. You can see the edge of the grass. That is 5,120. The biggest map is the beach farm at 7,000 by 7,000. Second one is Four Corners by 5,120 by 5,120. So if that is 5,000, let's see, that is 1, we'll call it 2, 3. All right, I'm gonna do some 1, 2. That's about 11. We'll call it 10 just to make my math easy. So it's about 512. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 500, 1,000, 500, 2,000, 5,000, 3,000. Yeah, I'm going to say this map is probably 8,000 pixels across. Hold on, let's do this. Which is bigger than the beach farm. Because I think that measurement is in pixels. All right, let's see. Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. Properties. Okay, so 7808 by 7296. Let's find. Let's see. Is that the wilderness farm? Yeah, I think that's the wilderness farm. Let's see if my calculations are what I think they are. Yeah, so the wilderness farm is 5,120 by 4,196. Let's see if that's the image size I'm getting. Wilderness farm. Yeah, 51 by 4,160. Okay. So the farm size is 7,808 pixels by 7,296. That is 800 wider and about 300 taller than the beach farm. And the beach farm has a lot of water. The Meadowlands farm is 6,400 by 4,800. It's another 1,200 pixels bigger than that. This is a big farm. Yeah, I've got one. I can't remember which one I have installed. Is it that one? Yeah, time speed. I've got it. I just don't have it on. I keep that one off. Okay, so anyway, but you can kind of see this is the normal farm. You've got almost 2 to 3 times. And that's just this map, right? There are 2 other maps on this. It's just insane. So, okay. Let's unload that one. And we want Explorer 3? I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Oh, no, that map's a mess. We definitely want a map that we cleaned up. That'll make life a lot easier. This one will work. Okay, we did move the house a little bit, but let's give this a try. Alright, here we go. "14 seconds to get to Cinder Sap." This, I think, is going to take a while. "23 seconds to run across the farm." Alright, we'll start at 8 o'clock. We'll see how long it takes to get to the west side. Go. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, you couldn't be running all over this farm all the time. Yeah, it's like a half an hour to run across the farm. You definitely wouldn't want to run. Let's see. We'll come down here. Let's clear this out a little bit. All right. We'll start in this corner. We'll go at 9:30, and we'll try to get to the bus stop. Go! Run, little man, run! We'll even cut the corner on this one. We'll avoid the grass because that'll slow us down. Yeah, somewhere between 40 and 50 minutes. All right, this time we'll actually go and we'll stay on the roads. Go at 10:30. I do like the truck. Actually, it didn't take that much longer to stay on the road. So if you had buildings and stuff in the middle, that's still about 40 to 50 minutes game time to get from corner to corner. I like the map, though. I really do. As far as wanting to build on something. Now I do think I think I read there is a version that the truck's been taken out. So if you don't want the truck, you can... And you can tell I moved the house. That's where the house is supposed to sit. I do like that the house is right in line with Cindersap. And pretty easy to get to the backwoods. And arguably, your house is there. That's a little longer to get over there, but not horrible. This is kind of a glitch, I think. So that's where the greenhouse was. I thought I saw it. Hold on, let me look. Legacy Farm. There's all kinds of versions of it. So. Optional files. Legacy Farm original version, no pet house. Optional file for the original version, now without the pet house. If you'd like any other version to exclude the pet house, let me know. I'll upload on request. Legacy Farm vanilla version, no truck. Optional file without the truck decoration, vanilla version. Other versions can be uploaded on request. No pet. No pet. So yeah, I think there's a no truck version. I don't know. Like I said, like you said, it's like, I think it fits the lore well. And honestly, I don't know what kind of build you are doing where you're like, you know what? If I only had 2, 3, 4. If I only had 28 more tiles, I could do something awesome, right? Like these maps are so big. Like the greenhouse alone is almost as big as this map, so yeah, I don't know why you would not need the truck there. I like the truck. I think it adds something. I wish you could do something with it. I wish it wasn't just a decoration. I don't know that you'd want to drive it. That'd be a little weird. It's pretty big. Turn the truck into the shipping bin, maybe? You throw the stuff in the back of the truck to sell. Make it storage. I don't know. I'm trying to think, what else could you do with the truck? Deliveries come in here, right? Like, you know, give it a purpose would be kind of cool, but I like it as a decoration. Does it get snow on it in the wintertime? Oh, it does. Look at that. That's awesome. Yeah, I could get one more coop in if only that truck wasn't there. Actually, I think I broke the cave on this one as well. Yep. So you can't have the desert and the legacy map going at the same time. No, I think the truck adds to it, so. Okay. Actually, this one... Okay, no, this is recovered, so how does this look in the different seasons? There we go. You just had to reload the trees. Oh, there's a green rain tree that survived. That's kind of cool. That means you could also turn this into a pretty good moss factory as well. Ooh, that's a little glitchy. That could be because I'm changing times, so... let's go save. See if I can get that to reload. We sold some seeds. All right. Let's get our movement speed back up. There we go. And just so it's not in the way. Yeah, okay. That was just a glitch. That's not the mod's problem. That's me manually changing seasons was just messing stuff up. So, okay, it looks pretty good at winter. I'm even leaving little footprints. Look at that. Yeah, all in all, I like it. I think this is a well put together mod and set of mods. Right? Like, I think the only argument that I could see, and you know, it's by choice, but it is almost like there's too much space. And again, if you combine this with other mods like Automate and stuff like that, some of these things would be huge. But if you ran it with just your normal greenhouse, like this building is pretty crazy. Just the normal greenhouse and the normal cave, it would probably be pretty imbalanced. Oh, my cave's still broken. Hold on, let me fix that real quick. I've got two different mods trying to load the cave, and they're conflicting with each other. All right, there we go. Yeah, for sure, right? This could be an interesting one where you could almost be... How self-sufficient could you be? You know? I think you could make... Man, if you got all of that stuff filled up with casks and Junimo hudded all of the crops and stuff like that. Plus the internal crops that you can plant. But as a canvas that you just want to do stuff with to make it look cool, I think it really works as well, because it'd almost be impossible. I guess with the tractor you could do it. But to try to plant and harvest everything on this... There we go. On this map, if you filled it up... My inventory's full again. It'd take you all day just to get through this stuff, right? Okay, now this should have the 3-story. So here's the 3-story version. Right? So on the deserted island, they've eliminated this middle section. You go directly from this to this to give it a little bit more challenge, so... Yeah, this is really cool. So how far are you on... If you're playing on this map, how far have you gotten? I don't think I ever went in here in the winter. Okay, this hasn't changed any. If you're gonna swim, you don't want to swim in the cold. I do wish the motorcycle left little tracks. That'd make me happy. Actually, you could probably... Let's do this test. Is it quicker? I don't think this is going to be quicker. That was 17 seconds to cinder sap. It'd be a lot if you were trying to fill it all up with stuff. Yeah, it's actually quicker just to run down there than to use the minecart. Interesting, interesting. Well, very cool. I'm so glad that you recommended checking these out. They're intriguing. I'm going to put them in my list of I need to find a reason to play them, but I don't know what that reason is yet. I'm actually maybe even more intrigued with a desert island playthrough. This tree is very powerful. You know, it's like it's an instant greenhouse from the very start. And this warping stuff is crazy. But cool. Yeah, I can see that. It'd be easy for this one just to, I don't know, overwhelming, especially if you're trying to fill everything out. But also, it could be one where if you just like to decorate, that could be really fun as well, right? Because you've got this natural, almost theme park thing going on, where you've got these different areas to do stuff in. And again, we're not even talking about the east side and the west side, which are even, I think they're probably about the size of maybe a quarter of this map size. Hold on, let's go do a test here. Oops. I always forget the top one of those is the bus stop, not the map. All right, let's take a peek here. Uh, 3,200 by 3,000. So that's smaller than all the stock maps, but it's about 75%. Now that's the whole image, so let's go check the other one. That looks to be the same. Okay, so they're both 3,200 by 3,072. And then the main map is 7,800, so 3,264. So the little side maps are about... They're about half the width of the Meadowlands farm and 3/4 the height, I would say. And they are 3,000, 6,000. Yeah, they're about a quarter, a little bit less than a quarter the size of the main map. And yeah, roughly that. So you're looking at about, if you take the main map, add these two sides on, that's another probably 40%. So basically it would, yeah, it'd make this map about 40% bigger. So about 10,000. 3,000 twice. Yeah, it's probably pretty close to 9,000 by 9,000, 10,000 by 10,000 by the time you added it all together. It's a big map. Don't know if it's the biggest out there, but it's definitely a big map. All right. 28 likes. Holy cow. For a Saturday stream, that's pretty good. We were stuck there. My Saturday streams tend not to be as big as our during the week streams, but okay. Go ahead and throw in the chat if there's anything else you want to see on any of these maps. But I think we thoroughly explored them. They definitely, to me, feel like maps I need to figure out a reason to play. Like there's got to be something. I've been debating on doing a completely vanilla, I'm going to air quote completely vanilla, but a vanilla Joja run. So without the automate, without all of the chests anywhere, doing a map like this for that could be interesting. Maybe not using the warp stuff, but just having this like fully corporate vanilla Joja. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. So again, everybody, Ace threw up in the Discord. I threw the link to this mod and turned us onto it. So thank you for that. It's been cool. I'm not uninstalling these. I'm keeping them on. I've just got to figure out what I would use them for. I think that's probably, I don't want to call it a complaint. That's just from my personal standpoint, what future playthrough could I incorporate these maps in? And or even if I don't use this main map, some of the additions like the greenhouse or the cave. I think the cave mod makes a lot of sense. The cave in Stardew is so small. Basically, you check it for fruit or mushrooms and then you ignore it. Right? This actually gives the cave a purpose. You know, this is a whole system of things going on, which is kind of cool. So even if you don't use the full map here, you can install just the cave on your normal map, right? You can install this greenhouse on your normal map if you want to. You can install the expanded cellar on your normal map. So I think there could be something to be said for that as well, right? Like it would add functionality, but you don't have to use the big giant map. That could be another strategy. What was the other one? Let's see. Legacy Cellar. Oh, the barns and coops as well. Community center, greenhouse, and the cave. Like I could see a playthrough just with the cave. Just adding the cave I think would add a huge thing to it. So all right. Let's see. Let's throw the link in the chat. I lost my link button. Where did you go? Blue chicken button. Donate link. There you are. Just as a reminder, we do play on Saturday for a charity called Extra Life. You can find my link in the chat or description down below. Also, if you are interested in any of these mods, I probably should have mentioned this at the beginning. I did put a link to all of the reviewed mods that we did today, right? So I've got a link to the Mod Authors Nexus profile page. I've got the Legacy Farm, the Legacy Farm Cave, the Legacy Greenhouse, the Legacy Coops and Barns, the Legacy Cellar, and the Legacy Community Center bundles, as well as the Deserted Island, which has both the challenge version and the non-challenge version on that page. I didn't put a link to all of my other mods that I'm running. Just keep in mind the experience bars over here. We had Automate on. I mostly used that for this grid. We didn't actually do anything with Automate. Better Jukebox, Chests Anywhere, a couple of cheat menus and spawners. This is, I believe, required to get the mods to work. Data layers, Easy Move, Easy Valley. Farm Type Manager is also required to get the mod to work. So there's some prerequisite mods you do have to put on. Generic mod config informant is not needed. I believe that tile sheet is needed. And then there is also a second one I don't see here. Where's it at? There's an outdoor version, but it just might not have a configuration thing here. It's interesting that this one does. Cool. And then obviously tractor mod and the motorcycle mod to move around, and UI info suite just for data. Those are all other mods that had nothing to do with this playthrough. Between the two, between the legacy farm and the desert island, or just overall for everything? I'll let you type that, but I'll answer how I think. If I had to go through, let's say you said you could only install one of these mods. I like the cave. I think the cave is really cool. It adds like a cave system as opposed to just like a little hole in the wall, right? Now, maybe breaking a little bit, can you plant stuff in a cave is a little weird. This is kind of cool, you know, having the recharge. And then, like I said, to have like a cave system in place, I think the cave is my favorite. You could do some crop growing, but it's not so huge, you know, that you're like, can't keep up with it. It's got ore in it like a cave would have. You've got, so the stumps might be a little, I'm going to argue, overpowered. But again, you could set processing up down here. So I think if I had to pick just one, I think it would be the cave. I think I do like that. And then this is not on right now, but being able to travel, like this might even replace your bus stop, right? You're at the mines all day. Oh no, you can't travel back to this one, I don't think. Hold on. I don't think you can. That would be something that would have to mod other parts of the game. And I don't think that works. So going to the mines, this works. But I don't think you can get back. Yeah, you can't get back. That would be cool, though. Yeah, it only rolls one direction. So not quite as utilitarian as I thought, but still good. So I have to say that one's probably my favorite. I like the Cellar. That one's a pretty good one. Like, one of the complaints a lot of people have is you can only put casks in your cellar and it's too small. I could probably do without this bottom section. Like, even just making the cellar this big is a huge improvement. So, but yeah, I think the cave. Let's see, any others? Coops and Barns was okay. I am intrigued by the deserted island, though. Now, when I say that, I'm intrigued because I'm always thinking of different types of playthroughs to do. And doing one where you don't interact with anybody, you just are literally deserted on the island and see how far you can get, does intrigue me as well. Just as a kind of a general concept. All right, well, this went longer than I expected. With Dread not streaming tonight, I went ahead and ran over. I would have skipped some of that if Dread would have been going. Let's see if anybody we know is streaming tonight. I only see people who have scheduled stuff for tomorrow. I don't see anybody who is streaming there. Let's just take a peek at anything that just pops up on my YouTube feed. Is there anybody that... We stream so late that I often don't see people streaming when I'm done. Yeah, I don't see anybody who's live. At least not that's popping up on my YouTube feed here. There's appears to be Japanese one, but I have no idea who they are. Nope, not Stardew. Yep, I don't see anybody, so no raid for tonight. We sometimes raid Wally, we sometimes raid Dread. So keep an eye out for them. But with that being said, I think we're going to call it for tonight. Again, thank you, Ace. I do appreciate you. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Appreciate you posting this up in the Discord. If anybody has a mod that they want us to review, feel free to drop it in the comments. Hit me up on social media, post it in Discord. We're always happy to take a look at things. Like I said, these are definitely staying in my install. I don't know where I'm going to use them yet, but it is definitely cool. So, oh, we're one like away. Who's going to be the like that gets us to our final chicken rave of the day? Do we have one more chicken rave in us? I will go find the jukebox, hoping that one person hits that like button. There's got to be somebody out there. Nancy didn't like my stream. Oh, that cut deep. No, I completely understand. I have to think about the like button. It's not something I actually do a ton of. All right, let's go ahead and get our chicken rave going here. Let's move me over there. Let's turn that off. Let's get this going. And we will get a chicken rave, final chicken rave of the day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I know, especially on the weekends, it's really easy to get busy doing other things. So the fact that you spend some time with us on a Saturday night is very much appreciated. Again, final thanks out to Ace. Yeah, taking care of Vico sounds like a full-time job. Thanks to Ace for the mod recommendation. This was a lot of fun. I love digging through new content. That's one thing that modding is really cool from the standpoint of a game that if you play a game a lot, you get to know it so well. Mod adds wrinkles to things, right? It makes it so that you don't necessarily know everything that's going to happen. And that's kind of fun. So thank you for that. Let's get over a little pirate music. We were on a deserted island tonight. Turn the full chicken rave on. I also appreciate you guys being a part of our community. Oh, let's see. Let's do this. I don't think I ran this tonight. Holy cow. Got so into the mods. Let's do a quick thank you to our members. We'll run you with the chickens. We've got Nancy and Victus in our gold crew. Lydia, Zach, and Wally Rock. Debbie, Jojo, Lux, and Professor H. Also, thank you to Lux, Lydia, Nancy, and Victus for gifting memberships. These people are still all on their gifted memberships for the time being. We do appreciate you guys all being a part of the membership program. It means a ton. Thank you guys so much for that. All right. Got one more song to get out there. To both Victus and Dread, who both seem to be not feeling the best. We hope you guys have a quick recovery. And if something's going to make you recover, it's Sam's band. Let's crank it up. Full chicken rave. Oh, yeah. At a certain time, the pirates come in, they'll kick you out. You can go back in and keep fishing, but All right, all right, all right. Thank you guys so much. Turn the headphones back down. There we go. This put me back over there. No, not over there. Back over up there. There we go. All right. Final reminder. Again, we do stream for Extra Life. If you want to see, there's a couple of times that the bot's putting it in the chat there. Thank you guys so much for supporting that great cause as well. All right, everybody. I think that's going to do it for tonight. I want to say thank you guys for hanging out with us on a Saturday. Thank you for checking out these mods. Again, links are in the description if you're interested in them, or just search for Legacy on Nexus. That's where I pull the mods from. And you'll find that. And again, special thanks to the mod author. I also have a link to her page. Mod author is either listed as Lunatyx or It's Lunatyx, Lunatyx. Definitely give them kudos as well if you play their mods. I want to thank her for doing the work. Very well put together. I don't think we had any real issues outside of me not being able to read instructions. That is an issue sometimes. And obviously trying to run two things, and this isn't the mod author's fault, it's the game. Trying to run two things that are modding the same cave twice won't work. But other than that, we didn't have any real issues. The only crash I think we had was because I think the motorcycle's causing some issues. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and call it for tonight. Want to thank you everybody for being a part of our community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Whether you actively chat, whether you lurk, whether you watch it on video later, it all helps the algorithm find us and grow the channel. So we appreciate each and every one of you for helping to make our channel grow and grow. The growth that we've had over the last, how long has it been now? October. We're 7 to 8 months into this little streaming experiment. Has been absolutely blows me away. I just want to say thank you guys to everybody who has been a part of that. Let's keep it going. We are trying to build a positive and vibrant Stardew community here on YouTube. So thank you for being a part of our community. So we'll leave you the way we always do. We have a saying: go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in any capacity that makes the most sense for you. I do appreciate you being a part of ours. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Tomorrow night, we'll be back into our... what run are we on right now? Holy cow. What are we working on? Stardew, the superhero run. Jeez. I could picture him. I couldn't think of his name. So we'll have our superhero run. I think we're starting winter on Sunday. Winter of year 1. We've got our community center done. So we'll be building the boat, doing some Skull Cavern runs. We have a lot of our superhero gear set up with trinkets and rings. I think we're ready to move beyond Stardew Valley, or at least Pelican Town, out to the desert and to the island to spread our amazing superhero-ness to other people. So that one's been a fun run, so we'll get back onto that on Sunday. With that being said, have a great night, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.